Test 1, 2, testing, testing, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, testing, testing, testing.
Um, So it is June 16th, and I'll call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to recess into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A GCB contract. Controller, admin assistant to superintendent, staff accountant, benefits coordinator, system admin, data manager, HR, interim soup of transportation, maternity/leave without pay request, executive admin assistant to the assistant superintendent hire. And then number 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation/legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2 NEA NK negotiations. Can I please get a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. You good? Okay. So we will come back from an executive session and reconvene into open session. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Karen Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado. And Sadie McCann.
Okay, thank you. On the calendar?
I do not have any calendar items on.
We love that for us. Okay, perfect. Presentations and recognitions. The first one we will turn over to Dr. Dubra for district retirees.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a moment. We're going to recognize some of our retirees that are here from the district. We did it at our last meeting, and we have 4 more individuals tonight. So I'm going to start off with Joni Beisel. So Joni has worked in the district for 18 years. She started off at Quignesset working for Child Nutrition Services. And from there, she went on to Davisville L as a clerk, where I had the joy of working with them.
That's right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then she moved on to Student Support Administration.
Oh, I had Whitford Middle School.
Oh, Whitford Middle School. Whitford Middle, Student Support Administration. We worked at Central Office.
Yep.
I had joy of working again with you there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you moved on to curriculum, and then assistant superintendent,
Rob.
and then Rob had you, and we're all back here again working
Yeah.
together. So we want to thank you for all the years.
So-
A lot of history. that
You
goes
can
along
visit
with it
whatever
as
you
well.
want, Joe.
Yeah, so I want to speak a little bit about Joni, because I've gotten to know her obviously really well over the last 3 years, and we wouldn't survive without you. We're going to see how that goes without you now, but we know that we have big shoes to fill. Joni's the ultimate team player. She is somebody who is so dependable. She is somebody who does so much behind the scenes that people don't realize, but I've seen it firsthand because I got to work with her. The things that our teachers need to do their jobs really well don't happen without Joni. The materials that students need to learn to read, to learn to do math, to learn as they proceed through elementary school all the way through high school, they don't happen without Joni. She's behind the scenes doing all of that. And she has been such an incredible asset to this district for so long. And I personally thank her so much for helping me in my role, and just having her by my side has been really, really, I've been very thankful for that. And I wish you the best. We miss you.
Lots of travel.
So, next is Sharon Probst. Sharon has been working in the district for 14 years as our truancy officer, and building relationships with our families and supporting our schools, and not always there in the schools, but on the outside, helping our families and getting our students, back into the schools. So thank you for all of that, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Karen.
Next is Sandra Mikowski. And Sandra,
Yeah.
Sandra is at DMS right now. She's our excellent, wonderful social studies teacher. You bring so much in. You started your career at DMS, and you're finishing at healthcare after 28 years. She also recently received the Genocide of the Year Educator Award a few months ago. For those that don't know, she puts together a lot of professional development for us. She brought in national speakers recently this year, brought social studies and ELA teachers together from across the district. She's done a lot along the way. I even in my graduation speech mentioned the Silk Road to all the high school students, but that's been so famous for people and all. You've done a lot, so thank you very much. And our last retiree of the night that's here is Lori Longton. And Lori has had 28 years in the district. She suffered by having all. And Rob's
Yep.
as well.
Yeah, Anna Mezzanelli, yep.
So we've really gotten to know you.
And O'Reilly and
Yep.
T and yeah.
So thank you. You've been in multiple schools in the district. You started off in 1997. You were at Gwinnett, Hamilton, Stony Lane. Am I leaving anyone out? Wickford. So many children had you as an excellent teacher. And so we wish you the best and hope you enjoy your time.
Yes. Congratulations.
If you can just have the retiree, we'd love to take a picture with the four of you in the back of the room before you go.
Unless they want to stay.
Before you can get up in front of the James and right outside.
I'm going to take a couple with two different phones, so just bear with me. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Next up on the agenda is the update on superintendent goals, so we'll turn it back over to Dr. Duba.
Thank you. So I have a presentation tonight to provide an update on the goals. These goals were put together, presented to the school committee last fall, and they were approved in December. So this kind of marks a 6-month review of these goals at this point. So we'll start off. There were 5 areas. Goal 1 was around strengthening academic achievement and growth for all students. Goal 2, advance equity, access, and inclusion across all schools. Goal 3, foster safe, supportive, and connected school communities. Goal 4 is the vision of the learner framework. And Goal 5, modernize and align school facilities to support 21st century learning. So I'm not going to read through everything on the slide, but Goal 1 was focusing on the academic growth of our students, the areas of ELA, math, and science. This goal was built around baseline data from our state assessments. So this will be reviewed in more detail in the fall because our spring 2026 state testing does not arrive to us until summer, and it starts coming in the summer, but really it's September, October once we have everything from the state. So I'll go through this in more detail once we receive that with the results. But just to kind of go over some of the action steps that we had put in here that we would take. Implement and monitor MTSS, which is the multi-tiered systems of supports in all schools. That has been accomplished. We do have the MTSS teams in all schools. All elementary schools are implementing Branch and Minds, which is the data platform that we are using to track the data and local data, as well as the data for intervention supports for students. And both middle schools started using it this year, so we're still working on that implementation at the middle school, but it is in place there. The professional learning that we reference here, evidence-based instructional strategies and literacy, numeracy, and science. For this year, we focused on deep thinking of mathematical learning, and we have a cohort of
teachers at the middle school and high school level that are participating in building thinking classrooms as well as doing instructional rounds. Review of state testing to identify student learning gaps. The RICAS testing from last year was reviewed at the schools. It was determined that there would need to be a focus on writing. So on-demand writing has been put in place at all of our schools to do quarterly writing prompts with students in grades 2 through 8. These are writing prompts similar to what they see on RICAS for the practice, but also working on the skills. And then the teachers come together looking at that and providing the feedback within those writing prompts. Goal 2 is on safe and supportive schools. It's about promoting equitable outcomes and inclusive practices through data-informed decision-making, family engagement, and targeted professional learning. Some of those the indicators for success. We're revising 2 to 3 policies. Those policies that we did a lot of policies this year, but looking at policies for more inclusive practices was the student conduct policy, grading policy, and the meal payment policy. Those policies are all at the point now of getting reviewed by the school committee. Reduction in disproportionate discipline outcomes and chronic absenteeism to be at 11% or below. Chronic absenteeism from last year to this year went down by 2%, so it's at 14%. We are working our way towards that. We have made progress, and that is decreasing. Disproportionate discipline data will be reviewed once we get our school report card. That comes out in October. But for a baseline, I did put a link in here to last year's, and that will be the baseline data that we will be comparing it to. And the last one is ensuring that all of our school improvement teams have at least 2 parents or guardians being involved. And that is the case. Some of them have more than 2 parents or community members. Goal 3, safe and supportive schools. Objectives to cultivate environments that prioritize safety, social emotional wellness, and staff-student connectedness. We were using our SurveyWorks data from last year as a data point, and around SEL, which is social emotional learning, and to have that continuing to show an increase of students feeling that they belong within the schools. In grades 3 through 5 for the spring, 66% were favorable in that area. The goal was to be at 70%, an increase of 4, and the results from this past year was at 67%. So it was an increase. We would like to see that to be higher for next year. At the secondary level, so grades 6 through 12, it was 38% in spring of 25. The goal was to get it at 36%. We wanted to at least maintain that or go higher. And this year it was at 46%, so there was a pretty large jump from last year to this year. Implementation of pre-K to 12 social emotional learning continuum and PBIS framework. We continue to work on PBIS at the schools and having that in place. At the elementary level, all schools are implementing Open Circle. We have made the decision this year. We looked at different programs at the middle school level, implementing second steps. So that would be in place starting in the fall. And at the high school level, SEL components are integrated within the health curriculum. And we're also working on a written document to show what that framework will look like, and that will be completed over this summer. All administrators and safety operations personnel will be trained in ALICE protocols by January of 2026. That has been completed. We also did some training with our students, so this way all of our safety plans incorporate this in. Goal 4 is the vision of the learner, to define and implement the essential skills, implement learning progressions throughout our schools, and also align assessments. So the VOL competencies finalized and adopted by October, that was completed. There's links in here for you to see through our website. Posters have been made. They're all within the classrooms. Teachers are teaching to those VOL competencies. We also put together learning progressions, which are here as well in this link that's on our website. Those learning progressions start from through the elementary level straight through high school, showing what those competencies would look like at each developmental grade level. And then pilot project-based learning activities. So we are working on that. That is looking at our curriculum and identifying the PBLs that we would put in place. And then vision of the learner is integrated into at least 2 curriculum areas, professional learning and evaluation systems. So right now, teachers have the flexibility to integrate the vision of the learner competencies. We see that in our schools. If you click the link here to the website, we have examples that are there. Principals have been sharing that out in their newsletters. So we said 2 curriculum areas. We didn't specify which ones, but they are throughout the curriculum and what they're doing at the schools at this time. So we're proud of that work that we're moving forward on that. And then goal 5A is on school facilities. This is all around the capital improvement projects that we're doing at the schools, as well as the building of a new Wickford Middle School. So the stage 2 was approved on January 5th, 2026 by RIDE. Implementation of $141 million capital improvement plan through stage 3. You'll have presentations tonight regarding stage 3, so we are on track with all of these projects. Stage 3 will be submitted this month for the CIP projects, as well as the Wickford Middle School project. And the first project that we're doing of CIP is the NKHS roof replacement, which we are in process of. We're getting everything. We've been getting everything in place. So as soon as school closes on Thursday, they'll start working on the roof. And the timeline for that is to have it completed by the end of August before school starts. Transparent community communication on facilities progress. All of the minutes are available on the website, as well as all of the presentations that have been provided at the building advisory committees, as well as school committees. And then long-term facilities plan aligned to educational vision, completed by July. We are still working on that. We've been doing some facility walkthroughs as well. So my plan, it won't be July, but it will be in the fall that we will present that to the group. 5B, again, is on school facilities, but this is the focus on redistricting. So this year we did bring in a consultant to work with us on the redistricting plan. First one is having a comprehensive data-driven analysis of enrollment and capacity. Links are there to both of those reports that were completed early on in this year that we've been using with the consultant. By June 2026, stakeholder engagement sessions will be conducted with staff, families, and community members. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have that all in place in June. Our last 2 advisory committee meetings were canceled due to a lack of quorums. We didn't meet, wasn't able to share out anything. So those engagement sessions will be scheduled for the fall. I have been working with the consultant regarding the plans and putting the maps together. So that is something he is working on behind the scenes. I expect over the next few weeks that we will have that available to be able to share out. It won't be discussed at a meeting, so we won't have a meeting until September, but it is something that we will be able to have the maps made available. Next bullet is regarding the development of the plans, which is phase 3. There's a link there to our action plan, which is for phase 3, which has us doing this, now and the fall, which we'll have to present, as well as research on school start times. Any questions?
I have 2 questions
Yes.
on this particular slide.
Mhm.
The first thing is, can you clarify whether or not there will be any redistricting this coming September for the public?
Yeah, so there's no redistricting for this year. The redistricting will happen a year from now. So the plan is to be able to have the plans out there throughout next school year for everyone to look at, to comment on, for the advisory committee to be looking at, and a proposal presented to the school committee early spring of next year.
Okay, and my second question is that I recall that the contract was ending, that we signed on for a 1-year contract, and it should be ending soon.
So the contract that we signed on to actually goes to the 2-year plan that he had put together with us. So he is with us through the end of this project.
So timeline doesn't matter,
Yeah.
completion does.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a question on the prior slide.
Can you go back one? Is it you
Which,
Or can you just go
oh,
back one
I'm
slide?
sorry, I'm clicking my computer and not this.
Yeah.
That's why you're looking at me.
So on the transparent community communication around the buildings project, I feel like we have not been completely transparent in terms of what we put out there for the bond and what we've actually done. And I know we've talked about it in meetings, but I think that we could do better. And I'd like to see that happen. And I know that there has been talk, I've heard of the building advisory committees about a dashboard, because like combing through the meeting minutes and the presentations is really difficult. Has there been any discussion about actually, issuing a communication about the fact that some of the things that we said were happening?
So what we can do is we'll update the website and we'll put together a newsletter and send something out.
Okay. How about the dashboard, about like major projects charging
Yeah,
towards it?
I will follow up regarding that.
And I think if a dashboard is not possible,
Yeah,
maybe.
if anybody has in the
a-
dashboard, I'll follow
Yeah.
up with our
Okay.
team regarding
Yeah.
something like that, because it might, even it's just a timeline.
Timeline,
Because
yeah.
I'm thinking timeline versus dashboard, like, not something that's interactive, but just to
Yeah, just a
show, and a
summary
lot of
of the
that we have
show,
in our
yeah.
presentations that we can just pull out, even though the presentations are on the website, we can,
Yeah, I think people are
specify
curious about
that.
like what's happening at their schools and when, and kind of understanding that stuff,
Yeah,
so I
the
do,
time of each
yeah, that's
year,
great.
what projects happening.
I just want to add to that my request has been many times a public forum, that has not gone over, or that has not been come to fruition, if you will. So I still think that would be beneficial, but I'm only one voice.
Yeah, I agree, that would be good to be able to answer questions maybe after the newsletter went out.
And so we have, like, in our internal meetings talked about that, but wanting to wait until we get through stage 3 and have more of that actually completed, and then, we can get some.
I think just adding to that with the public forum, and I've mentioned this several times before, joining together with the town, especially with Mr. Mollis, to explain the tax implications that are going to be happening next year when the bonds start going out and opening up. So I think that's really important because our taxes are going to be affected and the timeline has changed and so many things have changed since people voted on the bond. So I think that combining with the town together to provide a public forum, as I've stated in the past, I think is really important and would be helpful, especially for people to understand the financial implications.
Any other questions on the previous slides?
Thank you. We're all set with this one, Fred.
Oh, that was all the goals.
That was it?
That was it.
That's it.
Any questions on the goals in
That's what I was
total?
asking you.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Duva. On this, for the timeline for next year's goals, a sense of when, like, maybe the August meeting,
Well,
or,
I think we can talk about that since these were not completed, like approved until December. There's definitely going to be like, revising this. And some of it wouldn't be able to get reviewed because we waited for RICAS. So
Mhm.
I would say probably October
Mhm.
if we want to wait for that. Or we can still rewrite them because I would like to present them earlier than what happened last year.
yeah, and then revise maybe.
But and we can, we look at goal 1 and maybe we don't use RICAS as state assessments as the data point because at the time of the year when we get everything back, it doesn't really flow within a year to review. So,
Okay. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Okay, citizens' comments. Thank you. Okay, first up is Holly.
Holly Quinn. I'm here to talk tonight. I've come a couple of times, and I know I've mentioned it many a times before. School committee member Lima, on occasions, on and off, has issues with teachers and curriculum and the sense that she puts out there that that kids are being bullied by teachers. And there's always training she wants to have done. And I've asked several times that if this is actually happening, as we're all mandated reporters and we all know that, it should be reported, and it's been noted on several occasions that there is nothing going on. But yet that agenda keeps being pushed and pushed and pushed. And the reason I bring this up is because we're a family that was affected by a teacher that bullied and harassed my child in this district, and it fell on deaf ears for a really long time when asking for help. So for somebody who was affected, when I keep hearing this over and over, it's really, really, really bothersome. And I bring this up because what's transpired in the last week, do what you want on your personal time and do your personal thing. This is not personal. But this was posted on a Tank page, her page that's a political intertwined with the school. And we take it back to October 1st of 2020 when she started this group, Tank, in the terms for educational reforms. And one that says, and these are all screenshots, it's out there, it's for the world to see, it's in my belief that it's just as, if not more important, to do this type of work in schools that are primarily white like NK is. That's always the narrative that comes out, and it's not a good look. It's not fair for you to continually keep saying that. So the reason I bring this up is I know people are saying what she did on her personal page, she can do her personal thing. She absolutely can, and I think that's great. But I think there's a time and a place that you can go do that, and being on a school committee is not one of them, especially where you affect the district like you do. A lot was taken away, I'm sure, from a lot of people this past week with everything they had to field and go through. I could go on with details as to what she listed that as far as like conducting a full audit on the K through 12 curriculum. This is all through Tank. Equity, representation, and cultural responsiveness. We just changed the curriculum. You guys voted on it 3 years ago. A couple weeks ago, if you paid attention, they were talking about the curriculum again because she doesn't like it. So we're going to change it again. We're going to tweak it. We're going to add things to it. And this is what I'm talking about. In November, there's a chance for elections. There's 2 seats up. And we need to go out, we need to look at people and address them individually based on what they're going to give to us. Not use the school committee as a stepping stone to get further on in their political agenda. That's not what this should be. School committee should be nonpartisan, should have nothing to do with politics. I don't care what group you're in. It doesn't matter. It's what's best for the district. And that's not represented a lot of times. Kenny and Rob, I've said this many, Dr. Duver, Mr. Mezzanotte, excuse me. I feel you guys are stifled with a lot. I don't think we know your full potential yet. You guys haven't been given that chance. There's always rhetoric. There's always discontent. We feel it, we see it, we hear it, we talk about it on the streets. Your contracts were just voted on for 3 years, and was it a week or 2 weeks ago at the last school committee meeting? Because Jen wants something on, right away she turned to the two of you and said she doesn't trust you. This is the type of it's not inclusive, it's divisive, and it's constant, and it has to stop. It's not fair to us, it's not fair to our families, it's not fair to our children. So it has to stop. That's what I'm asking you and I'm begging you for. I just want education prioritized. I mean, at the last school committee meeting, it was talked about the $44,000 shortfall for grant funding. Nothing said about that. And I hear all the people in town, some people like, well, she got this and she got that and she did this and she advocated for that. Understand that these guys are a collective 5. So it's not just one person up here, it's 5. If something happens, if something goes through, it's the 5 of them that should get the credit, that should get everything for it. It's not one individual.
30 seconds.
Is it 3 or 5 minutes?
It's 5 minutes.
Okay, wow, that was
30
5
seconds.
already? Holy smokes. All right, I'm good. Wow.
Kathleen? Kathleen?
Good evening, everybody. I'm having an awful time hearing tonight, and I don't know, so I hope you can hear me.
So the
Can you-
microphone, it does not echo in here, it echoes on the camera, which is why it would be hard. It only goes there.
I can't even hear that, but I just want to make sure that what I have to say tonight can be heard by the people out here, that's all. I don't usually come to the school committee meetings because I'm very deaf and I can't hear. Otherwise, I would be here every single time. However, okay. Just to let you know, I saw the ugly statements online about Jen Lima. And by the time I saw those, the original post had been taken down, and I didn't ever see the original post. So I did some research on my own about the incident that happened in Texas. And so my comments today are really based on that little bit of research that I was able to do. So first, I want to say that we talk about racism all the time. Well, in my opinion, racism is a misnomer, as there is only one race on this planet, and it is the human race. And I think we forget that. One race, we're all the same, every single one of us, everywhere. Tragically, over hundreds of years, our human race has manipulatively divided on the basis of skin color. In order to live in dignity and without fear, you must be white. The whiter, the better. If you are black or brown, you need to be vigilant. I am a social worker. I worked in the inner city, and I can tell you that is true. Let's see. If you are black or brown, you need to be vigilant about your own safety. Parents have to teach their black and brown kids to be very careful when out there in the white man's world. Okay? This issue today, what's going on about Jen Lima, and just in general lately on social media anyway, is that's a prime example of what I am talking about. Regarding the Texas awful incident, I wonder if the Metcalf boy, I wonder if Carmelo Anthony happened to be a white boy walking into the Metcalf boy's tent, would he have been told to get the heck out? I don't know. But would he? I don't know. Both of these boys, in my opinion, are the victims of our pathological culture, which divides us up based on the color of our skin. They are both victims. 2 young boys, one dead, one ruined. 2 families, both ruined. The culture which we the people have passed to our children caused these tragedies, as well as all the other tragedies that have gone before that we all know about. We all, everyone here in this room, including me, including everybody here, everybody in this town, this city, this town, and this state, this country, we all bear the responsibility for these tragedies. We are all complicit, whether we like it or not. Jen Lima is trying her best to right these terrible wrongs that have been inflicted on our children from the beginning of our country. If we don't change the culture of if we don't change our culture to one of love for every person in our human race, all is lost for North Kingstown, Rhode Island, and the United States of America, which we love so much.
Time.
I'm almost done. The ugly reaction to Jen Lima's post is just one more example of what caused the tragedy in Texas. And finally, I ask you, what are you going to do, each and every one of us, I include myself, to change our town and our country for the better? Thank you.
Lauren?
Hello. I am a mom to a rising 3rd grader here in North Kingstown, and I've also been a public educator public educator for 17 years. Today, I am here to speak about the work that I did with Jen Lima to bring the We Are All Readers Literary Festival to North Kingstown. I'll also say that some of the behavior in the audience today is reprehensible as they mock and laugh at people making heartfelt comments. My own middle schoolers would not be so rude. The We Are All Readers Literary Festival brings diverse authors, illustrators, and creators to North Kingston and draws hundreds of kids from NK and beyond. Its mission is to promote inclusivity, diversity, and a love of reading. Programs like We Are All Readers enrich our town. Without Jen, it would not happen. Case in point, I've been shocked to see the vitriol directed at Jen and at well-meaning citizens in our town. Jen is the example of a civic-minded individual staying involved despite unwarranted attacks, making our town a better place in so many ways. In planning the festival, Jen devoted countless hours to contacting authors, coordinating with community organizations, and thinking through every detail. Her dedication was the driving factor behind the We Are All Readers' success, and I had the chance to see how Jen approached projects firsthand. Through it all, she was gracious, welcoming, hardworking, and selfless. I had hoped that my commentary would be unnecessary tonight, but I have seen, even now, people showing me that it's not. These unfounded attacks attempt to make her seem like some sort of villain, and some of those people hide behind anonymity online. Let me say it publicly. Jen Lima makes North Kingstown a better place. She works for all members of our town, and especially for those who need advocates the most. The We Are All Readers Festival is just one example of Jen championing excellent educational opportunities that help kids feel included and inspired. To conclude, I urge our school committee members and all of us here, all of us, to remember that we need advocates to work hard to keep North Kingstown a welcoming place for all.
Thank you.
I'm really short. All right, hello, this is Vanessa Mascaro. I guess we don't have to do our addresses at this one. So I'm here tonight because I was disturbed to learn that the school committee member, Jennifer Lima, publicly shared and amplified an article entitled, "Dear Jeff Metcalf, your son is dead because you failed to teach him that black boys have boundaries." This was not simply commentary on a criminal case. The article repeatedly framed the tragedy through race and advanced ideas that I believe are fundamentally inconsistent with the values that we should be teaching our children. What disturbed me most is this article does not just insult white people, it also reduces black boys to a stereotype. The implication is that if a black boy boundaries are crossed, then violence is somehow understandable, expected, or even excusable. I reject that completely. The black people in my family, among my friends, and throughout our community are individuals with the same moral agency, self-control, and humanity as everyone else. They should not be defined by the actions of one person, just as no other racial group should be. So there's a term, I hate these things, I'm too short for it. There's a term for this way of thinking. It's called racial essentialism. It is the belief that a person's race determines who they are, how they think, how they behave, and what motives they possess. It's a harmful idea no matter who it's directed toward. This is not about free speech. Jennifer Lima has every right to express her opinions, but holding a public office comes with responsibilities. The school committee members are entrusted with representing all students and all families. Parents should not have to wonder whether an elected official views them through a racial lens before viewing them as an individual. Our schools should be places where children learn personal responsibility, accountability, respect, and equal treatment. In recent years, our school committee, and even tonight I was reading about it, they've spent significant time and resources examining policies, curriculum, and practices through the lens of equity and inclusion. Whatever one's views are on those efforts, the stated goal has been to move beyond judging people based on race and to treat students as individuals. That is why I find it kind of troubling when a public official amplifies content rooted in racial essentialism. We cannot claim to oppose prejudice in one context while excusing or promoting it in another. If we are truly committed to equality, then the standard must be consistent. We should reject the idea that race determines character, motives, behavior, or moral responsibility, regardless of which race is being discussed. So I am asking that Ms. Lima explain why she believed this article reflected the values expected of a school committee member. And I'm asking this committee as a whole to publicly reaffirm that racial essentialism and racial stereotyping have no place in our schools, regardless of who is targeted. Thanks.
Pam?
Pam Panero. I've been struggling with what to say tonight. Like many people, I saw the news out of Texas. A teenager lost his life. Another teenager's life is forever changed. Families are grieving. My heart breaks for everyone involved. What troubles me now is watching our own community become divided over how that tragedy was discussed. When I saw an article shared by a member of this body that many felt blamed one of the families, I was disappointed. Not because we all have to agree, because I believe moments like this call for compassion first, before politics, before opinions, before assigning blame. At the same time, the threats directed at the committee member are unacceptable. We should be able to disagree strongly without resorting to intimidation or losing our humanity. Maybe it's because I'm a mom. Maybe it's because I've spent years volunteering with young people. Maybe it's because I'm a healthcare worker. But when I hear about a child dying, my first thought is that there are parents whose lives will never be the same. There are families carrying unimaginable pain. Over the last several years, I've spent a lot of time following the school committee. I've attended meetings, served on committees, and paid attention because I care deeply about our schools and our community. What worries me is that this wasn't an isolated moment. Over the years, I've seen too many situations where disagreement has led to division instead of dialogue. I've seen efforts to exert more control over advisory committees. I've seen administration recommendations questioned or altered before the administration had a chance to fully present its perspective. I've seen good people with different viewpoints become frustrated and discouraged. And honestly, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the division. I'm tired of the constant controversy. I'm tired of feeling like every issue has to have winners and losers. North Kingstown is better than this. We are neighbors, we are parents, we are students, educators, taxpayers, and community members who all want good schools and opportunities for our children, even when we disagree on how to get there. This is one of the reasons I decided to run for school committee. I don't have political ambitions. I'm running as an independent, not because I think I have all the answers, but because I believe we desperately need more listening, more balance, and more willingness to find common ground. I want a community where people can disagree respectfully, where different viewpoints are welcomed, where compromise is not seen as weakness, where leadership is measured by how many people you bring together, not how many you can rally to one side. Our country feels divided right now. Our town feels divided at times too. I know there are people in this room tonight who strongly disagree with each other. That's okay. Healthy communities have disagreement. What matters is how we handle it. But change has to start somewhere. Maybe it starts with each of us choosing compassion over outrage, understanding over assumptions, and collaboration over conflict. Because at the end of the day, we are all on the same team, and it's time we started acting like it. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lori Duffy, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As a clinical social worker who works with children and families in our community, I want to speak about something that is both personal to me and central to my work, the mental health and well-being of our young people. I want to thank the school committee as a whole, and specifically Jennifer Lima for her leadership and advocacy in addressing mental health supports here in North Kingstown for our students. When I talk with parents, teachers, or administrators, the one concern that comes up again and again is mental health. We are asking our schools to support children who are struggling with anxiety, depression, family stressors, social pressures, and so much more. Helping students thrive is not simple. It requires commitment, resources, and leadership. And Jen has consistently been a voice for those needs. She has strongly advocated for increased mental health staffing in our schools. That matters because when trained professionals are available to support students, children can receive evidence-based care from people who have expertise, and it allows the teachers and other staff to focus on their important jobs that they were hired to do so. Investing in mental health support not only helps students, it reduces stigma and creates a healthier school community for everyone. Jennifer has also supported bringing Community Mental Health Agency into a school building, making services more accessible for families and helping to normalize seeking support when it is needed. She was equally committed to ensuring that the Early Learning Center would have a fully inclusive playground. That may seem like a small thing to some people, but it's not. When children of all abilities can play together, they learn that they belong. That sense of belonging is a powerful foundation for resiliency, confidence, and healthy development. At the last school committee meeting, I watched as Jennifer asked thoughtful questions about student attendance and how families are being supported. In my work, I have seen many students struggle with attendance because of anxiety, school avoidance, separation issues, phobias. These families need support, understanding, and effective intervention. I appreciated Jen's focus on connecting families with supports rather than relying on punitive approaches that can make challenges even harder. And finally, I want to speak about Jennifer's advocacy for our LGBTQ+ community. I recently participated in the North Kingstown Pride Parade. Saw some of you there. Thank you for your participation. And this is the brainchild of Transformative Action North Kingstown, the nonprofit that Jen founded that has no link to the school department. She worked tirelessly to create a joyful, welcoming, safe environment for our community. I saw several members there, lots of people from the community. What moved me most was seeing the students of the SAGA groups marching in the parade, and as they walked through Wickford, they got the loudest cheers and smiles and waves and encouragement, and in that moment, those people were seen, they were accepted, and they knew that they belonged. As a mental health professional, I cannot overstate how important this is. Research consistently shows that acceptance and affirmation reduces isolation, improves mental health, and saves lives. For these young people who may face bullying, rejection, fear of being themselves, knowing that their community values them makes an enormous difference. Jen, thank you for helping to create that sense of belonging for so many young people. Thank you for advocating not only for students' academic success, but for their well-being, their dignity, and ability to thrive. Thank you for your leadership, your persistence, and your commitment to the children and families of North Kingstown.
My name is Lisa Bowie, and I have known Jen Lima for more than 15 years, well before she became an elected official. Throughout that time, I've known her as a devoted mother who works every day to provide her children with the support and opportunities they need to succeed. In her roles on the North Kingstown School Committee and as a leader of her nonprofit organization Transformative Action for North Kingstown, she's extended that same commitment to serving our broader community. Jen has devoted herself to improving the lives of others. Through her tireless efforts, she has made a meaningful difference in many individuals. She's particularly committed to amplifying the voices of those in our community who are too often overlooked, mistreated, or silenced, work that is both difficult and at times risky. I am deeply grateful for Jen's leadership, and North Kingstown is lucky to have her.
Robert Jones, Saunderstown. I think I'm going to start with the elephant in the room, which I think is the understatement of the year going, you can do better about your projects. I don't know about you. I voted against the first bond. I voted for the second bond because I know we do need improvements around the district. We do need a new Wickford Middle School. And I know at least 3 of you up there and 4 others on the town council were out there in force rallying support for that, and the superintendent even wrote anonymous letters and held a presentation. And we were promised a whole bunch of things. Now later today, you're going to have a discussion about the stage 3 and stuff on it. There's 5 adults on there, which in and of itself is a slap of face in the community. If you voted for the bond, I'm pretty sure you expected Wickford Middle to have fields. I'm pretty sure that you expected the auditorium to have equipment and lighting. There was just a discussion that Wickford Middle, I thought, was an emergency center. Apparently wrong. It's a relief center. But to be a relief center needs a generator that at least can power the food, the lights, the sanitation. You don't have that right now. You don't have the fields. So no, Jen, to say you can do better is a gross understatement. You got a bond passed in 2024. That's the last item you needed for stage 2. And yet, a year later, it took. You owe the public an accounting of why it took a year to get there. Because as these folks who are going to represent all your consultants for thing are going to tell you, losing a year is very expensive. Millions of dollars. That's our taxpayer money. Not only that, you also lost net zero because of that. So when you get there, I hope you don't think of them as adults. You put it into the darn project. And you've got one other item that for some reason the facilities committee did not recommend, which is sewer. So I hope one of you can stand up here and look us in the face and tell us the septic system now at Wickford Middle is going to last 30 plus years. Because if you can't, then you need to take it off the adult list and make it part of the thing. Do not be the school committee that existed 30 years ago who cut corners with North Kingstown High School, and 15 years later we spent millions to fix the AC and the ventilation. Do not be the school committee that's looked at when that septic system fails 15 years from now, and that school committee is spending millions of dollars to fix it, to go, you couldn't have done that. And so yes, you owe us a lot of accountability, which is ironic because you have a handbook policy on here which is apparently making sure the administration is following policy. To be honest, you're the biggest violators of your own policy and charter and state law. For all of you who advocated for kids, this school committee has not passed the special revenue budget. That's your Title I, II, III funds for the most at-risk students. At best, we have a 2-page document that kind of has numbers and things. You owe us a budget. I don't know about you, but the word to me, all, means all. Town charter says all revenues and expenditures. That's $1.5 million. You don't even have the courtesy to have a budget ready. I mean, honestly, logos, trademarks, how many tampons are in a bathroom, and yet our most disadvantaged students you can't make a budget for. Shameful. I'm just going to conclude because there's a bunch of other things on there that honestly you need to address better. But I'll just make this point. As someone who got a phone call a few years ago in January that my mother was found dead in her house, stabbed 46 times, and make numerous trips, 3 hours to sit in a courtroom, mostly to look at the back of the head of a defendant because he kept his head down, didn't say a word. And when you finally get one moment to go in front and look at that person and find whatever faith you have that tries to
Point
give
of order,
forgiveness.
I want him to continue.
Let him finish.
Let him finish.
Rob, you can
That
finish
you
your
try,
piece.
I'll do 30 seconds, just like was afforded the other person. I will say, when you try and find whatever faith you have to extend grace and forgiveness, you are not looking at that person's race, color, sexual orientation, anything about that person. You're looking for one scintilla of whether there's remorse or not. So I would just say, think about what things you post. Because this conversation, this district, should be about advancing those goals. And honestly, it's something you spend the least amount of time on. You had the SIT teams last week, and you did not have a single principle, a single question, a single moment of discussion on the school improvement teams. Your number one process to fix things in school. It's shameful. So Jen, better? No. Way better.
Tiffany?
Tiffany's Taglianetti. Normally I write something out.
Hi, honey.
Hi. Normally I write something out, but I just wanted to kind of speak from the heart today. Jen, when I saw your post, I was angry and then I was hurt. And I think that's where a lot of this anger, social network, all of that stuff is coming from. It's deeply disturbing to me that you would post that. Everyone in this room knows someone who's lost a child. That's a pain that's almost unsurvivable. And you took your platform and your power and you decided to pour salt into the wound of a grieving father. So it's not do better, it's are you okay? What is wrong with you? Why? How dare you shame that man who is in so much pain? He did nothing wrong. It's not his fault. You are defending a murderer, and it's wrong. There's right and there's wrong, and wrong is wrong, and I'm tired of it. I'm so tired of it, Jen. I don't want to be here. I have a baby at home. My 15-year-old just graduated today. This is a happy day for me. And I'm here bitching at you because you did the wrong thing again, and then you couldn't even say sorry. The world, 5 million people have seen your post. You got that angry response because you lit the match, you stood in the flames, and then you said, "What did I do?" You did the wrong thing. You made fun of a man who is grieving. That's wrong. And it's hurtful. And people in this room and people in this town are hurting. They're hurt, Jen. You're hurting people. You think it's justice. It's not. And then you couldn't even say sorry. You couldn't just take a step back and say, I did the wrong thing and I'm sorry. In hindsight, I should have posted a different article. Are you serious? We all make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. When we make mistakes, we say sorry, especially when you represent a lot of people who believe in you, people who trust you. There's tons of people here today that are saying all of these great things you do, and then maybe you do a lot of great things, but you cancel them out when you do shit like this. You really do. So stop. Please, for the love of God, stop. Because if it doesn't stop, I'm going to start a recall. And people will sign it. We fell short last time. We will not this time. So knock it off. Thank you.
Alice?
Hello. Good evening, members of the committee and members of the community. I'm Alice Adler. I'm a resident of Jamestown and a parent of a recent North Kingstown High School 2026 graduate. I'm here to speak in support of a remarkable public servant and school committee member, Jen Lima, who has devoted herself without compensation and often without recognition to the well-being of the children and residents of North Kingstown. In a time when public service is often criticized or taken for granted, she stands out as someone who shows up consistently, thoughtfully, and with a deep sense of responsibility to others. She models the character, competence, and commitment we should all inspire to as engaged citizens. Jen Lima's commitment to the students of our schools is not abstract or performative. It is visible in the way she engages directly with them and ensures that every student feels seen, welcomed, and valued. She has made particular point of paying attention to students from marginalized communities, including minority students and LGBTQ youth, recognizing that inclusion is not automatic. It must be actively built and protected. In her presence, students are not just participants in a system, they are individuals whose identities and voices matter. Her commitment to the children in our community isn't limited to meetings or public discussion. She shows up in person. At the North Kingstown High School's newly formed debate team's first public event at the library, she was one of only 2 town officials present, and she was genuinely engaged, encouraging the students and taking pride in their efforts and achievements. That kind of presence sends a powerful message to young people. Your efforts matter. Your community is paying attention. By the way, these amazing debate team students fielded a competitive team this year and sent 2 students to the Parliamentary Debate States competition where they placed 14th and 2nd for the entire state, an amazing achievement for a first year competing. Jen's work in the broader community reflects the same values of inclusion and service. She brings her personal competence to organizing and running the town's Pride Parade, a complex undertaking, but one she approaches with care and intention, where the goal is not just celebration, but belonging, ensuring that all residents of North Kingstown feel welcomed and respected. Jen also plays a leading role in organizing the We Are All Readers Festival, another significant effort that brings acclaimed children's authors to town, provides opportunities for students to meet and engage with them, distributes hundreds of books, and creates a joyful educational environment filled with activities for families. This is not just an event, it's an investment in literacy, imagination, and community connection. As an Army wife of 26 years, I have had considerable experience planning large events and managing volunteers, and I can tell you that if you've not done it, you don't know how incredibly difficult it can be. Her engagement with students continues at events like Democracy Night, where she listens attentively as students present their ideas and civic projects. She takes their contributions seriously, asks thoughtful questions, and encourages them to become active participants in civic life at the local, state, and national levels. These are formative experiences for young people, and her presence helps validate their voices. If you haven't been to a Democracy Night, I highly encourage you to attend one. It's a truly eye-opening and inspiring look at the next generation. They're great kids. Beyond these visible efforts, she also is spearheading an initiative to create an outdoor locker system that would provide food and personal care items to residents in need, an example of quiet, practical compassion that addresses real and immediate needs of the community. All this work is done in service to others, without pay, and often in the face of some truly appalling behavior by grown adults, harassment, hostility, and even threats. Yet she continues to model the kind of character we should seek in our civic life, not because it's easy, and not because it's always appreciated, but because she believes in the responsibility we all share to build a more inclusive, caring, and engaged community. It is rare to find someone who combines competence, commitment, and general empathy in the way she does. North Kingstown is better for her service, and our children are better for having someone who believes in them so fully and so consistently. Thank you.
Next up is Stephanie.
Good evening, members of the school committee, Superintendent Duva, and fellow community members. My name is Stephanie Griffin, and I'm here to speak about the kind of leadership that makes a community truly great, and to speak specifically about Jen Lima. I worked in the North Kingstown School District for 20 years. And I felt that in leaving, I wanted to still contribute to my community in ways that support the ideas of Dr. King. I'm on the board for Nonviolent Schools, Rhode Island. I've had the privilege of working alongside Jen through Transformative Action to North Kingstown, a nonprofit organization devoted to bringing people together, celebrating our shared values, and ensuring every person in the community feels seen, protected, and included, because at times I did not. Let me tell you what her work and the work of TANK looks like in practice. It looks like a gathering of neighbors each year to honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., not just as a historical figure, but as a living challenge for each of us to be more courageous, more compassionate, and more committed to justice in our own time and in our own town. Every year, we gather as a community to celebrate Dr. King's birthday. Tank's work looks like community book clubs, where people of different backgrounds, different ages, different perspectives sit down together, share ideas, and grow in an understanding of one another. That is democracy at its most human and most hopeful. It looks like the biggest book fair where you meet the authors and get some free books, you get your face painted, you have a good time, and you feel safe. It looks like a community gathering items for a holiday gift drive for community teens in need. We have donated hundreds of pounds of food to the local food bank. We've raised money for scholarships and to buy school supplies for our community's children. Jen Lima does not simply believe in these values, she lives them publicly and consistently in her role on this committee and in the streets of this town. What does it mean to have a school committee member who is visibly and actively engaged in the life of this community? It means our students see what servant leadership actually looks like. It means our vulnerable residents, those who feel invisible to local government, know that someone at the table sees them. It means that North Kingstown is represented by someone whose commitment to this community is not theoretical, it is present, it is personal, it is proven. Dr. King says, to build a beloved community, one must be courageous. Courageous leadership is rare. It's easy to serve when everything is comfortable and uncontroversial. The true measure of a leader is whether they show up when it's hard, and whether they remain committed to their community and their values even when doing so demands something of them personally. And by that measure, Jen Lima is exactly the kind of leader North Kingstown has, and we are lucky to have her. I'm proud to serve along with her on the planning committees for the various activities that we do. I rely on her good wisdom to make sure that we have excellent things to do in our community that celebrate and make us all feel like we belong. I'm proud to stand before you tonight and say that without reservation, this community is better, stronger, and more just because it has Jen Lima in it. Thank you.
Tracy?
Hi. I just wanted to offer something small and quick this evening. Jennifer Lima, I wanted to thank you for the work you've done in the community. I want to thank you for the way you welcomed me and my family back to town, the way you took the time to meet with me when you didn't know me. I want to thank you for your work on We Are All Readers. I want to thank you for your work on Pride. It was something to see and participate in. My children felt held in that love. My brother, who has cerebral palsy, felt held in that love, being able to be there, being seen, being heard, being able to sing with all people, everybody. That's what all means. It means your kids and my kids. It means the kids whose parents are laughing tonight in this room when we hear the word LGBTQ. Like, that doesn't feel safe to me. I want to be supportive and loving of all the kids in this community, and I appreciate you, Jennifer, for your work in doing that. It ripples beyond the school. It ripples into the community, right? There's like social emotional well-being of one person, of two people, of a family, of a neighborhood, of a community. And our schools, what happens inside our schools, touch the whole community. And so when that work is happening, it ripples out and it touches everybody, and I want to thank you for that. Thank you.
That's all that I have signed up for citizens' comments. Is there anyone else here for citizen comments? Ken, can you just check? Yep.
I didn't get to sign.
That's okay. I'll have you.
You just sign. Oh, sure. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Oops. You're welcome.
No
You're
worries.
welcome. Oh, my dear.
It's
Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh,
You're
I'm
good.
sorry.
Kim?
Yes. Hi, good evening. My name is Kimberly Blanchett, and I too am a resident here in North Kingstown. My son is a graduate from last year, and I'm a little confused. I hear all these things. Oh, well, Jen Lima did this, did that. She's not the only one sitting up there. A lot of these things that people are saying, Jen did. So did the other members of the committee. They voted on the same thing. Not everything, but I'm confused because I'm sorry, I believe it was Tracy said, oh, the people who are laughing about LGBTQ. I didn't hear one single person laugh. Not one. I'm sitting right behind you.
They're delusional.
I am so confused. My son who graduated last year, when comments were made by Ms. Lima, and just some of the things was coming from a senior. It's like, Mom, who is this person? Is there something wrong with her? And I'm like, well, some of us seem to think there is. I mean, you couldn't be talking to someone if it was me. I come from Key West, Florida. I was born and raised there. Our logo is one human family. We don't have people on our school committee acting the way that Jen Lima does. It's an embarrassment. Really, our kids hear this. What do you think? I mean, come on. Book fairs, yes, wonderful, great. But there's more than parades. I just came from one of the biggest pride parades there was. That's great. I love it. That's wonderful. But come on, where I come from, when you do something wrong, you say you're sorry. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of our citizens' comment. Dr. do a check to make sure there was no one in the hall. And we will now go on to the consent agenda. First thing is executive session. We'll vote to seal the minutes of the executive session and dispose that there were no votes taken in executive session today. Can I get a motion for that, please?
So moved.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Excuse me. Sorry, Ken. Superintendent's report. The gold thing messed up. Yep. All right, we'll go back 1 second. And we'll go again.
I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you.
There, for my migraines and blindness. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Duva, superintendent report.
I'll be brief. I just want to recognize our North Kingstown High School graduates. We had a beautiful ceremony last week on Thursday. But we had 303 students graduating from our class of 2026. And so I just want to congratulate them and their families and thank our teachers, staff, administration for all the support and everything they do for our high school students. We also had a promotion yesterday to Wickford Middle School, and we had 97 students that were promoted from Wickford heading off to the high school. And this morning there was a promotion for DMS with 147 students that were promoted and moving on to high school. So a lot to celebrate, and I wanted to recognize our graduates. Second, we also want to recognize one of our school psychologists, Sherry Monaco. Mrs. Monaco is a school psychologist at the high school, and she was recently recognized as the 2020-2026 School Psychologist of the Year, and she'll be recognized by her association next week.
Great. Any questions regarding the superintendent report? Okay, moving on to routine items. So we'll do a motion to seal the executive minutes from today and disclose that there were no votes taken. Can I get that motion again?
So moved.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. Before we take a motion for the consent agenda, would anyone like to exempt anything from the consent agenda?
D6, 7, 11, 12, and E1.
Second.
C. Oh, sorry, I'll wait.
Okay, so let me just get those. Jen, can you say them again?
6, 7, 11, 12.
D6, 7, 11, 12, and E1.
And then Megan, yours was C.
C. Just C.
Just C. Okay.
Well,
perfect.
C1, but there's only one
Yeah,
thing.
no worries. Anything else? Okay, so we'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda minus D6, 7, 11, 12, E1, and C1. Can I get that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll go back to D6.
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Actually, sorry, let's do C1 first, I'm sorry. Can I just get a motion?
Motion to
Just do
discuss C1 business meeting minutes of June 2nd, 2026.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Were the minutes in the public's packet?
They did get uploaded.
When? Do you know?
Today, I think. They were.
Today?
This morning. Yeah.
Okay.
We can table them if you want until next time.
Yeah, you
I
know
think
what, let's do that.
what's
Let's do
the-
that, so that we just, I'd like to set a better precedent so that we can get things out to the public in
Yep.
time. So, yep, let's table that. Motion to table.
I just want to, can I just check Megan quick?
Yep.
Just, I want to see what the rule is for the Secretary of State office, just to make sure that we comply with that.
Okay.
I think you should be fine, let me just double check.
Oh, because we can't.
Yeah, like if it's, there's a certain amount of days, so I just want to make
It's
sure
like
that.
30 or 35.
Yeah,
so
but I
we
think
won't
it's for,
That's right. It's 35 and we won't be able to because we don't have another meeting scheduled. I hate this so much. All right, I will take back my motion to table with the caveat that I'd like these things uploaded, please, in advance for the public.
Andrew, are you still looking?
yeah, no, she's
It's
right.
35.
It's
days.
35, right?
Yeah.
I love that you filled that out.
We could.
We could
Andrew,
just.
is there an option to preliminarily vote on it, and then if there's changes needed,
I mean,
amend?
what I usually suggest in this is someone make a motion to approve, you know, subject to further review, they're approved, they go on, and then if someone
Things go
sees a
back
change
on.
in the minutes, you just file amended minutes down the road.
Alright, that'd be,
Motion to do that.
okay, do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? I agree, you know, our best effort, 48 hours. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, and then we'll go on to, D6, please.
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
So I had a question about the funding on this. Bridget's memo said the funds will come from budget line 53406 pending final auditor approval. The amount of the project is $107,000, but the total amount of the budget for this line item is only like $29,000. So can you explain to me how that?
I spoke to Leslie, our finance director, regarding that. And once all of the encumbrances are released, she's going to transfer the funds into that line to cover this.
From
And-
another budget line?
Yeah, within facilities. So it's going to come out of facilities, but
Okay.
there's stuff that's an encumbrance that was not spent or purchased.
Okay.
So
So it
it'll-
won't come from, it'll come from 53406, but
Yes.
it's not currently budgeted in
Yes,
that line?
it will, but we are going to prioritize the boilers over the blacktop.
Okay.
So with these being approved, once the encumbrances are put in place, our priority is to place the boilers at the high school, then do the blacktop.
But right now, we're just approving the RFP?
Yes.
Okay, okay. I'll make a motion to approve.
Sorry, I still have, okay.
Fine, let's go, let's do a
Yep.
motion to approve, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion, Megan?
So I saw that these were for two different schools. I'm just wondering, remember a little while ago, the Hamilton PTO came to us asking for blacktop
So they- so-
improvements?
yeah.
So I guess I'm just kind of wondering, why couldn't we have incorporated their improvements into this? Like, in other words, do it consistently versus the PTO had to come to us from Hamilton, which was literally my contention, which is why I voted no. And now, a couple weeks later, this is on for other schools. So just so the Hamilton people understand.
Sure. So the Hamilton PTO, they did some fundraising of improvements they wanted to do at the school, and they decided that they wanted to do it on the, for the playgrounds. After that, we were doing the facility audits, and as we did the audits at all of the buildings, we started ranking work that needs to be done. And we, in doing those audits, what we noticed was that the blacktop at Davisville Academy, and the blacktops at Fishing Cove were priorities in the district of needing to be completed. And so that was something that we had pulled out of those walkthroughs that we did, which was completed after the fact that the Hamilton PTO decided to do their fundraising and also decide that that's where they wanted their money to go.
Are the blacktops, and I wish I had the CIP memorized, but I definitely don't, are those
They are not in this, no.
Okay, so they were
part
not
of
in the CIP. But they're being prioritized over things that are in the CIP because of safety, or is it?
Because of safety, because someone's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
The cracks are large and it's not safe.
So was the Hamilton one not probably as, like, do you think the PTO just thought it was needed to be done? Would it have been on this list, I guess?
They made a decision of what they wanted to fix at the school, and they decided that the funds, they wanted to put those funds towards blacktop to make sure it was more accessible for all the students.
But what I'm saying is, do you think it would have been on this list if they hadn't done that? Or was it not that bad and it was just to them?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
Because I didn't see it to compare, so.
Other questions regarding this one? I would say, I appreciate that the funding source is in here, but I do think if we're transferring funds from other accounts, that it would be good to document that too. So if we could just get that updated to have it say, ultimately we paid out of this, but with funds transferred from this line and this line, like, I think that would help. Just folks understand, like, as the budget shifts, I understand it's all with the facilities, and that's under your, like, you absolutely can switch around. I just think it helps. Thank you. Any other questions regarding this one?
No.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve D6. Hearing no further discussion, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thank you. The next one that we are going to do is D7.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay.
There was no backup attached to this.
There should have been all of the RFPs and memo.
No, it's not.
Do we want to vote to table this one?
You didn't see it either, Sherry?
Nope.
No, I couldn't
I
see
only
it.
had
I
one
couldn't-
47.
Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't
Is
see it.
this time sensitive?
It is very time sensitive. That's why I'm surprised you're saying it's not there.
No, and I just double checked when I got here that I received the correct one.
It's not there.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to call another meeting because we have to approve that. We can't go the whole summer without that.
Do you have the document?
I have to go gather it all. I have it in front of me right now.
Okay, why don't we pass on it for now and then continue on the agenda, and then we can come back and table it if need be. Like, I don't know.
So we'll skip.
Yeah, let's skip for now. Let's go to D11.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Because my question had been the same thing as the blacktop, but that's the same thing, so.
So you don't have any questions?
No, it was the same question as the blacktop question about the budget.
Oh, the gas
funding.
boiler
Yeah.
and where the money was
Where the
coming
money
from
was
in the budget
coming
line.
from, yeah.
So same answer, Ken, that it's going to be.
Yes.
And I heard. Yeah.
So in the memo, it said, like, pending the funds. We have the funds, correct?
Yes.
So we're good. So we can vote on this and it will get paid for.
Yes.
All right, that was my question.
Okay, any other questions on D11?
But it's an RFP, so wouldn't it still come back to us before we do it anyways?
Well, right.
Okay, that's.
Can you get confused?
I'm
No, I know, but I meant, like, we have to show the number when we pick anyways.
Yeah, like when it
Right,
comes
right,
back.
so that's what I was
right,
saying.
But
yeah.
we do
So
have
yeah.
the funds, like.
Yeah, it just sounds like they're gonna move it around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, to Sherry's point, this is just the beginning of that process. Okay, any other discussion on this? Not, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then next up is D12.
I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion?
But I just wanted to clarify, and Chad and I had an email about this today, that this is actually coming from fund balance, not from the operating budget, like the memo that is attached says.
That's correct. That's my apologies. I had old notes. That is correct.
Okay.
So just to clarify, the memo that's attached, it says that it would be coming from 57309.
Correct, from operating, but that's what the memo says, but that is actually incorrect. It should be coming from fund balance, not operating.
Okay.
And that was, we had approved that during the budget.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is what was approved
Yes,
during the budget,
correct.
fund balance. Me saying operating, that was my mistake. That's the amount that was approved in the, that is still within budget from what was approved for fund balance, yes.
Can we get that memo corrected and re-uploaded? It's the middle school computers.
I actually have a corrected memo already.
Yeah, I love that, Brett.
Yeah.
So if you could just make sure Kristen gets that, and then we can get that re-uploaded.
Mhm. I'll do that.
Thank you. Other questions regarding this one? Okay. Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. That was D12. No, I know. I was just writing what we need to follow up on. E1? Can I get a motion for E1?
Well, I pulled this, but I'm not going to vote to approve it, so someone else is going to have to make that motion.
Technically, Robert says that you could make it, but
I'll make a
Motion
motion
to
to.
discuss?
How about just approve? Motion to approve, because we still have to discuss.
Right.
Yep, okay.
Have
Whatever,
Rob's
I'll withdraw my
to-
motion and I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
I just want to go that I have consistently voted no against the GCB contract as a principle in general, so I'm like maintaining my no on this in principle. It has nothing to do with the people or the contracts. I just think the GCB contract thing is fill in their own magic.
I just have a point of order, Andrew. So in the executive session, it had listed the GCB contracts that were being approved, but it is not listed that way in the open section.
I think it was specified and the actual positions were listed
Yep.
by the executive, so I
So
think
if
that's
the
fine.
motion's
Yep.
specific, it is within?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Other questions or comments? So when we make the motions to approve, should we do them individually versus bulk?
I mean, that's up to the committee. If you think some of them may not get through, you want to do them individually, that's fine. If you want to do them as presented, that's also fine. I mean, if someone from the committee wants to pull one of them, though, you probably should do them individually to be clean.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve. Does anyone want that motion tabled so that we can pull individual GCB contracts? Or is everyone?
No,
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, nay?
Nay.
Motion carries. And so that brings us to the end of consent, and so we'll go on to reports.
Can I make a motion to?
So wait, are we going back to 7 though?
I was gonna go back like later to see if we can get the appropriate attachment.
Well, so then but it's already out of consent, right? So
Yeah, it's just pulled, it's just sitting there.
Never mind.
You're
Got it.
valid point, but I think we're good.
Got
Thank
it.
you, Sharon.
Sorry. I just
No worries.
I'm very excited to see what you have to say.
Can I make a motion to move up under old business D1, and then under new business A and C, and then B, D, and E.
In that order.
In that
I was
order.
going to say, why didn't you?
I hope you got it.
Can you say that again?
That's what I was told.
What, D?
And yeah, this is a request from Dr. Duva due to the consultants that we have here. So that's why, and the order makes sense for the order, per Dr. Duva, so.
All right.
So we have a motion to move those. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of moving the items, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll go to unfinished business D, I believe.
D.
Yep. And can I get a motion for that one, please? Just to open.
Motion to discuss?
Second.
Okay. And then I'll turn it over to Dr. Duva. This is the WMS.
So this item was on a previous agenda, and at that time, there were 4 members here in attendance of the meeting, and I was asked to clarify the memo and include all of the additional alts for Wickford Middle School in the memo. So I have done so. So this was reviewed and approved by the Building Advisory Committee back in April and June. The adults that were on the list was the baseball and multi-use field, the existing softball field improvements, the air source heat pumps for the middle school, the theater equipment, the 600 kilowatt generator versus a 400 kilowatt generator, the MEP equipment screens for the roofs, the lightning protection, the OWTS, which is the septic for the leaching fields, the fiber resin framed windows, sanitary enabling work, as well as the geothermal. So all of that is now listed in this memo. What was prioritized by the Building Advisory Committee was priority 1 and 2 is the baseball and multi-use fields and softball field for the school. Priority 3 was the air source heat pumps for the gas boilers. By having air source heat pumps, that would bring our building to 85% electrification. It would support our goal of it being a green building. Priority 4 is that the theatrical lighting, sound, and stage curtains, which is necessary for the auditorium. Priority 5 would be the 600 kilowatt generator to be in the building for it to be a relief center. What is not?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Do you have something to, like, is there something to put up for the?
Well, it's the attachment that's in the.
There's nothing up there for.
No, that's different. That is for later.
Okay, just wanted to make.
Just,
I wasn't sure if you had something
no,
to show the public.
Thank you.
Okay.
But it's attached inside.
Okay.
The agenda. What is not included due to budgetary decisions as well as design schedule constraints is the geothermal, which will not be included in the building, the 400 kilowatt generator, the MEP roof equipment, the lightning protection, and the new leaching fields. Instead, we would be using the existing fields. So that was brought back for.
Yep. Thank you for doing that. I just have one question about the generator piece. Yeah, we'll recess.
Yeah, I started.
All right. So for priority, so just to clarify in the generator, so there's a 600 kW generator. That's priority 5 for the adult, and then there's the 400 one.
Mm-hmm.
But then in the rank order, obviously 600 is ranked 5th,
so
400 is not. If neither of these adults get in, does that mean we have no generator?
That would be correct. So the 600 is what we need.
So what do we currently have?
So the.
Oh yeah,
actually,
you can phone a friend.
Yeah, asked Sam to.
Hey Sam, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Good evening. Yes, Sam Bradner with Peregrine Group. We're the project managers for the new middle school and the CIP projects.
Can you just clarify for that? I know we've talked a lot about, and I understand like fundamentally, I just am confused about what's in, what's not,
Sure.
and what's on the alts.
So in the base budget, it includes a base generator that will provide for the typical life safety items you need to have on a generator to make sure that if you lose power, the building can operate at that bare minimum.
Yep.
Elevators, safety lights, all that kind of stuff. So that is in the base.
Fridges?
Mark, I don't know if any of the refrigeration is on the base. I'd have to get that answered for you.
I don't think that was there. That was the reason for the.
And then really, the 600 and 400 are optionality, right? So 600 gets you to the full. I think we've talked about this. We spent time with your emergency management folks to see what was currently in the current middle school today, what's provided. So the 600 gets you that, I think, plus a little bit. 400 would still achieve a lot of the requirements that we heard from the emergency management team, but at a slightly reduced. So maybe not all the supporting rooms around the cafeteria and the gymnasium that would be powered. You'd have lights. You'd have the kitchen, all those kind of things. So the goal here is just to have options and to continue those options through to some point of decision making or to completion, and then at bid you could make those choices. So.
Okay, thank you for
So
clarifying.
2 questions. The first question is, and maybe you just answered this. What do we have in there now?
You have a base. I don't know the size of the base. It's probably a 250 to 300 kW generator that is in the base project right now.
Okay. The second question is, you just kind of touched upon it, but I'm not sure if it was very clear. That was, the 600 was the recommendation from the town side when you all met with them.
It was trying to satisfy what we heard from them about trying to give a comparable level of service in the new building to what they have in the existing building today. And it's a little bit variable, you know, like that. It's probably more in between the 400 and the 600, and I think we even heard this at the Building Advisory Committee meeting last month, that the 600 probably provides even a little bit more than what the service is today. It is not an emergency shelter. It does not meet that designation. We had those conversations very early on in the process. So the relief center is a different designation. Emergency center has to meet building code classification, a lot of other criteria that this building does not.
Thank you. Other questions regarding the alternate?
So, I don't know who wants to address this from the building committee, but can you kind of speak to some of the questions that were raised as citizens' comments about the feasibility of, like, number one, the fields? Obviously, it's an add-all, but what would happen? We've talked about looking for alternative funding sources and things like that, but, you know, is saying we're not going to make it an add-all, we're going to put it in the building project, is that even realistic? Yes or no? And if it was, like, what does that look like? And the question about the septic versus the leaching, like that one, can you just address those 2 topics, please?
So as far as the fields, that is something that we feel very strongly need to get added in there. We cannot have a middle school that does not have the fields, because that's going to impact the educational program that we have for physical ed, and it's going to impact the athletics. So that is a necessary feature that we have to have in there, and we have to identify funding source for that. The septic versus the sewers, we've had lengthy conversations regarding the sewers. That does come down to a cost. It is something also part of design. We've been talking with the town that if we were to put in sewers, where, you know, from what side of the building, if it's going to come from Phillips, or if it's going to be coming from, you know, along Tower Hill Post Road, that you know, that Tower Hill area. But a lot of it has to do with the designs that we're putting in place now. The building is going to be designed so we can hook up to sewer later, possibly. But those are the conversations we've been having, and it does come down to budget.
So if the existing septic fails in 10 years, what happens?
Well, if it fails in 10 years, we'd have to replace it then. That is, again, conversations that we've been having, and what the recommendation has been is that the current system that's there would last. I mean, that has been the recommendation. So.
I'm going to jump in with my comments during these meetings, internal and during building advisory, possibly unpopular opinion again. The first thing about the fields, I think that, and I brought this to the internal team just last week, so this was the first time they've heard it from me. I think we're at the point where we promised in the bond that we were getting a new Wickford Middle School and CIP projects. So it wasn't specific about the CIP projects. I think it's time that we have to look into taking money from the CIP side of the bond and putting it towards an actual new middle school that includes fields, that includes what we promised. You do not want to build a new middle school, a brand new middle school that's supposed to last for another 50, 100 years without fields. And if we can't, I mean, we're at the point now where I don't know where the money's going to come from other than the actual bond that was approved. So I am of the opinion that we're at the decision-making point. We've got to start, we've got to take, I think we need to take the money from some of the CIP projects, because we're either going to build an okay middle school and do some okay projects on the CIP side, or we're going to build a really good middle school And now we're going to have a good high school, 2 good middle schools, upgrading the middle schools, and then move on to the elementary schools, which I've always said we need another bond for at some point, because those elementary schools need a lot of help as well, and we're not getting the things that we were promised in the elementary schools anyway. So that's the first thing. Septic versus sewer. We also just found out last week about they looked into the lifespan of the septic tank, the existing OWTS that's there right now, and they couldn't give us an actual, this is how much longer it's going to last. But again, from what I heard, I don't think it is wise to kind of take a risk. We are hooking up to the sewers so that at some point we could actually install sewers. But the problem is, at some point, the state roads are going to be in, like, by 2030 or something. They're going to be dug up,
and so we would have to make sure that we have it done before it's
and that's not going to happen. So we can't hook up to them regardless. So in the meantime, with the septic, which I believe is the more affordable option at this point, if we want to go with a septic tank, I am of the opinion that if we're going to build new, we should get a new septic tank, because they can't give us an actual lifespan on how much more time we have left. So do we want to build a new middle school and in 5 years or 10 years dig up now the fields, the ground where the septic is, and do this all over again? And again, as the gentleman said earlier, have another school committee have to deal with this in the future while we're probably working on other CIP projects. So again, these are very difficult decisions that have to be made, but we are at that point now where if we're going to continue on with these projects, we have to have the funding for them, and right now the only way to get the funding is from the bonds. So the other thing is, if we do go out for a new septic tank, that wasn't in the project budget. So that's another piece that we're going to have to add to that. So these decisions were only discussed for the first time, I would say, last week at the internal meeting. And not discussed, like the septic and the sewer was always out there, but we did get a better read on the lifespan of the septic tank last week for the first time, I believe, right, Sam?
Yeah, we received the report back from the engineering team on functionality. They went out, they inspected the entire system, they looked at deficiencies. Those are all in the report. I would say the deficiencies were not overwhelming. They still found it to be functional. That report is being submitted to Department of Environmental Management for their review as part of the application that will be going in to utilize that system. And I would just to rewind a little bit on kind of the process that we went through when we sat with our town partners, and this is going back probably 3 or 4 months ago. Kind of the variability was tap into the existing system that's currently functioning on site, and it is sized for a much larger demand. It was designed for, I think, approximately 600 students and additional staff. Now we're talking about a reduced population, so that was part of the reason why that was a potential to reuse that. The other side of it also was, and if you look at item number 10, which is the OWTS new leaching field and existing field location, that was starting to approach what the full-blown connection to new sanitary would be. And I think that was kind of part of the decision-making around, if you had to go that far and spend $750,000 or whatever that number is, would it make a lot more sense then to make the leap and go for a full-on connection to down Phillips or down Tower Hill Road? So that's how we kind of got to that decision-making matrix at that time. But to your point, the engineers aren't saying, they're not putting a stamp on it saying this system will last so many more years. But I also think it won't just fail catastrophically in one moment. So it'll be a buildup over time where you'll start to see maybe some issues with the system that will then give the indicator that, okay, we need to be addressing this somehow, whether it's put new system on site, which is certainly a possibility, or do you make the bigger leap to connecting to the town sanitary and extending it somehow to the site. Again, not in the budget. Neither of those things are in the budget right now, but that was kind of some of the decision making that happened with the meetings with the town, with the engineering, the DPW, and the town engineering team.
Would it be possible for us to see that report?
Sure. Yeah.
And then if we chose not to go, if we did nothing and we left the system as is because you all recommend and determine that, it does sound like regardless we're going to need, in the plans that are coming out of the Budget and Finance Committee, we're going to need to be putting money aside to eventually replace that in the next 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I won't put a date on it.
Yeah, but we would need to be planning for that if we choose that option, is what I'm hearing.
And if you look down at number 12, this is and again, not to kind of overly talk about what alts are, but this alts list is fluid to a certain degree. Some things fall off because of timing constraints. So, for instance, the geothermal, we talked about this at our meeting back in probably February, where we said by April 1 there was a stop point because design couldn't proceed. We are including number 12, which is enabling work if future sanitary connections become possible. So what we're trying to do is design raceways, for lack of a better term, under any paving, curbing, any of those improvements, so that if you did have to come back and connect from the building out to one of the roads, that you would at least limit the amount of disturbance to the hardscape improvements on the ground plane. You would still have to dig up landscaping and grass and those kind of areas. So this was something that we added relatively late in the design development stage of the process that we're coming before you tonight to say, okay, we don't know which direction we'll want to go, and we did have that conversation with the town, and they would not be definitive about the best direction to go. So what we tried to do is include an allowance, an alt, to say, okay, if and when that happens, are we reducing the amount of disturbance that would need to happen to put that system in at that time?
Other questions, comments?
So it sounds a lot like dig up now and possibly not have the money, or dig up later and possibly not have the money.
Or make tunnels is what I heard. Is that the $64,000 option? Like make it possible to make it easier to put it.
And those tunnels are like piecemeal, only under a parking lot or under a sidewalk. So it's not a full tunnel from building all the way up the street.
But like to kind of put that foundation in so that you can eventually.
Yeah.
We're doing that anyway, though, right?
Well, right now it's an
only
alt.
if you.
And so that's why it's on this list now. And again, that was a late add to this this round of the alt list.
Going back to the baseball field, softball field issue. I think we're all in agreement that it is important, especially to Ken's point about education. In my experience with ad alternates, you often add to this list versus start pulling off of it when projects continue. It's for me, it's unlikely that we will hit a lot of these with the current budget. So to Jen's question earlier, like if we were to put the fields in and not increase the budget, what input? Like what would happen? What impact would come in? What would go off next?
You'd have to go find just on the two fields, so call it 2.3 million.
Yep.
You'd have to go find $2.3 million of building reduction in order, which would be square footage at this point. And we'll talk a little bit about the value engineering that we had to. So we were $750,000 plus or minus over at this DD estimate. So in the presentation that we're about to give, you're going to see where we're recommending that value engineering to get the budget. That's before a single alt would go in. So if you said tonight fields need to be in the budget and we're not willing to increase the budget, then you'd have to go find, and this would be square footage, so you'd have to reduce the building size at that point. So you'd be impacting programming, you'd be impacting the spaces in the building, because that's the only, we're let's call it halfway through the design and estimating process. So I would say the low-hanging fruit of value engineering has been taken in the last round and in this round. So there's really not a lot of places left to go except compressing the building, which would be
the square
pretty
footage
significant.
would affect rides.
You'd have it would be a domino effect.
Yeah.
Certainly we've seen that on other projects. I would say to reduce $2.3 million worth of square footage, that's a lot of square footage.
Because we've already
that would be significant.
Slightly reduced it as it is.
Yeah, and the team has been making it more and more efficient as we've gone through, which is kind of normal. But you'd be talking about thousands of square feet to meet that, to achieve that number.
So I already feel like this bond is like not really the project where we're at now does not resemble the bond that we sold to the voters. And I'm not saying I'm on board with the pull it from the from the CIP, but if we did decide to go that way, we've already started down the path of like planning out all the projects for the elementary schools. Like at what point does that, if that decision was going to be made, would that have to be made?
So I think by Q1 of 27, if the projects proceed as we've outlined in the schedules in this presentation and the scheduling discussions that we've had internally, you will have in hand your guaranteed maximum price from Stromit for the middle school, so we'll really know what the bidded out number is. You will have bid out your CIP work for the next 3 summers, and then you would have a much better understanding of kind of, okay, all the savings that we think we're seeing in these estimates, especially on the CIP side, were they realized, right? Because we're still just estimating, so we don't have feedback from the marketplace. So I think by Q1, you'd be able to have a much better understanding of what the landscape looks like financially across all the different projects, CIP and the middle school. That would not be too late, I would say, and I'll have Gordon weigh in on this, to make a decision on something like the fields. You certainly would have time to still make that call. So if we saw the compression.
I'm sorry, I was more the other way. Like, at what point have we started down the path with like the CIP process where it becomes too late to pull in some of that?
After they award them.
Yeah, I mean, until you award them,
okay.
It's all on paper,
Okay.
right? I mean, a lot of work being done to get to that point. So if you then decided, say, to cancel, or if you decided that you wanted to reduce scope, I think that would have to be happening sooner.
Yeah, that's kind of what
Yeah.
I'm asking. Like, at what point would we have to make that call?
I would say.
No.
No. Yeah.
I was thinking that was the answer tonight. Well, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like if we're going to do the fields, we have to figure out, like right now, what are we taking out of the CIP project? So
Yeah,
did you guys just
or would
discuss
you?
that at the building? Okay.
It would be simpler, and this is not saying this is the right way to do it, to turn off a building, right? Because the buildings are all, in that $4 to $6 million. Each of the CIP buildings is in that kind of range. Probably, it doesn't mean it's the right answer, but from just a kind of, okay, you're looking for this much money, would you not do one of the buildings in the CIP portfolio?
Does making that decision affect anything we have to vote on tonight?
No,
Okay.
no.
And does that require an addendum or anything to go back to RIDE? Because I know we presented budgets to them to say,
Yep.
This is the building, this
Right,
is the
right. So it would, and it's a good question, Rob. I mean, typically when you do an MOA amendment, which we have done those in the past, they usually allow you to do like one. They don't want to see rolling amendments.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would want to be a very informed discussion. And the same thing if you were going to allocate more money to the middle school, right? So you'd want to do that comprehensively, not, okay, hey, we're just trying to figure out this piece, and we're not trying to solve the rest of the puzzle. So our recommendation would be that you would do that with a well-informed discussion about all the projects together, and then make that.
Does that delay the schedule?
It's hard to tell because I think it depends on the significance of the amendment. If it was turn off one school, reallocate money over to middle school, it's not instantaneous, but I think that's one that's probably a little bit more in stride than, hey, we're going to not do roofs on 3 of the buildings, but we're going to do everything else. That's where I think you'd start to get in a lot of discussions that we'd have to have with detailed discussions with RIDE.
What's the timeline for? I think we're all in agreement that having the fields at the schools is really important. The alternative is paying for it from another funding source, right? Like paying for it outside of the bond.
Yep.
What is the time frame for when those fields would start getting put in and needing to be paid for, just to give us a sense of like what we would need to plan for if we went that route?
Yeah, the macro schedule says that work would start after demolition of the building.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be in the summer into summer. The building will come down in the summer into the fall of 2028. Site work will start, but I would say the majority of that site work is probably into the spring of 2029, and then you're wrapping those up. It will be designed. Those
Yeah.
fields remain in the documents all the way through to final bid, and then it'll sit as an alt. So the design work will be done, which is good. Shawmut would have to look at their overall to say, hey, we can hold this price until this date, and I don't know what that is right now. But I think, Gordon, it would be after you start construction. So and I would say
2 years-ish.
Yeah, I would say
I'll take an ish.
that's a decision to be made
a little bit later.
a little
Yeah.
bit later.
Yep.
And you're still at the DD part of the budget too, so, but that all can wait right up till you demo the building, basically.
Like I would say that East Providence High School, as an example, the front fields that are on Pawtucket Avenue, the district didn't pick those alts until we were probably halfway done with the building itself, because then they realized, okay, we've got this additional funding, we saw compression in the buyout, now we're gonna bring these into the base scope.
To be very clear, I don't want to have to draw from the CIP projects. I was that resident who absolutely said, no, I don't want to do that. But being that I'm in all these meetings and hearing what's going on and seeing the direction this is heading, I like to try to be forward thinking and plan ahead so that we aren't waiting until January and have like a week to make a decision on this. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up as an alternative. If we can find an alternative funding source, wonderful. But it's $2.3 million, just those two fields, to all adults, which, bless you, is a lot.
So I think what maybe for the August meeting would be helpful is, I know we were talking about with the Budget and Finance Committee, like kind of where the different funds go, what money we have saved for what, and those sort of things. And so maybe taking a look at that over the summer, and then, early in September, having a discussion about that on kind of where we have money in savings, especially for capital and facilities, and kind of looking at that, and then also what we would need to put away, like basically what we would need to plan for or work with the town on, to see if we could even get close. Like I would think it would be good for us to at least look at those numbers before we say we're gonna pull a whole building or something like that.
So that being said, I think resurrecting the Budget and Finance Committee, Advisory Committee, again, prior to our budget season, or, getting that committee rolling again, maybe on a consistent basis, to help the Building Facilities Committee or the Building Advisory Committee with our decisions, and then the internal group, and then the full school committee and the administration. I think it would be extremely helpful to get the input of the finance gurus in our district.
And then, if possible, and I know you're saying the only option is to reduce square footage, but is it possible to look and see if there's any other options? Because I know it could be,
we are always looking. So and we're not done at this, but I told you guys we're going to do this. This is the second time.
Engineering is the most fun part.
We're going to do it one more time. Yeah. I do think I would say a lot of the stuff that doesn't impact teaching and learning has already been either taken or is being suggested this round.
For example, and I don't want to do this either, though, there's still new furniture in the building, right?
New furniture is proposed and was part of your ride submission, correct?
Garbage idea to pull it, but that's if we're making tough decisions, there are some things in there that are very important but not critical.
Well, there's like a laundry room in there. What's that I think it's only 250 square feet.
It's really athletic
but who's gonna be doing laundry?
Tober.
Yeah, there's a laundry room?
I bet there's a laundry room in the high school. You have a laundry room in the high school?
There's a washer and dryer. Yeah.
But that's what I'm and again.
What does that mean?
Probably don't need that.
I don't want to cut anything, but I'd rather have fields than new furniture. They'd be easier to get new furniture.
Your furniture. Just for a point of reference, your furniture and tech budget, which usually kind of sit together, is about $2 million, and that's based. That has not been priced. That is based on the ride per student allowance that they provide.
But I'm just saying, if we could maybe creatively look at that and have some options from you all by September, that would be helpful too, so that we can look at kind of the full picture.
We've seen percentage reductions in that as a budget planning tool, because that's something you buy later. I've never seen people just zero it out completely.
Oh no, I don't want to zero it out. I want you all to be creative and come with some options. That was just an example of something that super important. I would love to see all new furniture in it. I think it's ridiculous when people build a new building and put old furniture in it. But for me, that is an example of I think the fields would be more. That's where I'd love some creativity on thinking through what could be maybe planned for, but maybe not in the bond if we needed to do the fields. Because I know how hard it's going to be to do the fields after the fact. We've seen that effect from our high school, and it's 20 plus years later, and we're still not done.
I mean, we've certainly done that, and just as recently, another project we did it the last round. They were at 60% CDs, which is the next step you'll go through.
Mm-hmm.
We recommended to get the budget that they do I think it was a 15% reduction in their FF&E and tech budgets. We then were able to restore it at 100% because numbers came back more favorable. So it's certainly a tool. I don't think you're not going to cure for
No,
the
so I
total
think, would
delta
it be
there.
reasonable to ask to have something for September on that?
Yeah, and I think the challenge is the FF&E design happens even later in the process, so it doesn't even really start until you're already out to bid, and then you go through a process.
Yep.
And you don't usually buy it. Like if we were opening in, let's call it August of 28, you're probably not going to buy
6
that
months
FF&E until Q4 of 27.
Yep.
So it's just a little bit more challenging.
Like hypotheticals, like
Yeah.
before we say we're pulling, Fishing Cove, like I'd like
Yep.
to at least have some options on the
Yep.
table on that side.
Yep.
And then I also think we should look at some options on the other funding side, and then make some educated decisions on how drastic we need to be with the CIP side.
Sam, I know you've had this question a million times, but I'm going to ask it again. The FF&E for Wickford Middle, though, is that reimbursable?
That is reimbursable.
So we'd lose reimbursable.
That's the only one. The other schools are not because they're not like new. So anytime you do a renovation, your FF&E is not reimbursable.
So meaning reimbursable by ride.
Yeah.
So
so
we
you
would be
all-
losing that reimbursement if we swapped it out. So in other words, again, domino effect
Yep.
things.
Yep. But we're. This is not the last discussion on budget. We know we're always kind of bringing hard decisions and bad news, but we'll.
Or you could bring great decisions and good news. I'm serious. We can figure this out. I believe very strongly in that, but I do think we need to make, the priority, I think we need to really be realistic about that the fields need to be in, and we need to figure out a way to do that, and also try to achieve the work that we need to do in our older buildings, so some creativity maybe. Okay, on this item, it is just the prioritization that's on, so do we just need to vote on this list to reaffirm what the building?
Perfect, sorry. Have we, and we may have an inconsistency, the new FCI scores that we talked about forever, no? Okay.
Oh!
No.
The old ones aren't even legit, apparently.
Right,
So
never
we're
getting those?
not getting them. Let's just.
Not received those.
No, we
But
have
that
not
was
received.
a year-ish?
Apparently
Who did
there
it?
was a little glitch or something with that. Yeah.
Oh, like that, so
Right.
follow up.
Took those away. No, I think Ride did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We didn't pay.
We definitely didn't pay for it.
Are they never coming, or?
I will follow up, but we have not received
Right.
it.
Can we follow up? It was important though, and we had talked about funding our own if we weren't going to be able to get it from RIDE, because to continue to invest in buildings that are not, to be able to prioritize and say, hey, the FCI score is the lowest on this elementary school, that's where you would utilize that data to make hard decisions. And we have not, the old data is very old, so maybe Ken, if you could follow up on that, that would be
We do, however, have an asset protection plan for all of our buildings that's due on July 1st. So that should be some sort of audit for better. If you guys did the facilities audit, another type of audit that's due in about 2 weeks. So that should be some way to get an assessment of our buildings for the year.
Okay. I'll take the silence as a yes. So,
Not on the agenda to talk about.
no, I know, it's fine. It's fine. So for the prioritization, which is on, all we need to do is vote to agree to this order, is what the school committee is being asked to do. So we've had discussions about it, we've talked about the challenges of it. Does anyone have any further comments on the order that is listed that the building advisory committee had recommended to us? Thank you to Dr. Duva for adding the full list, because that was important to us for transparency. So is there any other comments on this document before we vote on it and move on to the next? No. All right, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on.
Did we have a motion? I don't know that we had an emotion. We didn't have. We had a motion to discuss. All right, motion to approve.
Wait, Kristen, can you?
Hold on. I was just going to go back to that.
Because we did talk about. I thought
It was just a motion to discuss.
So let's do a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to which one?
New business, A and C.
Okay. New business A and C. Dr. Duba.
So, Sam is going to keep you there.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere. So we have the presentation tonight on the stage 3 submission for capital improvement projects as well as Whitford Middle School. So our consultants are here tonight to provide you an overview of the designs for the stage 3 to be submitted to RAB.
Thank you, Superintendent. And Rob, thank you for organizing these items. That was going.
He gave us.
That was my opening piece. So, so tonight we have members of Paragon Group, Perkins Eastman, DBVW. We're going to walk through the presentation here. I do have hard copies if anybody needs them, but
love
if
a hard copy.
you want a hard copy. And we will start with Whitford Middle School because that's in the beginning of the presentation, and then we'll transition over to the CIP projects. And just as a reminder, this is the second submission to RIDE in the Stage 3 process. We went through schematic design, which you approved back in the late winter. That went through a review and approval process by RIDE. We are now going through that next step, which is design development, which is approximately 50% complete of the documents. We will come back to you one more time for the 60% construction document phase, and that will then be the last RIDE submission that we'll have, and then the team will be advancing to 100% documents and then going out to bid. So just as an overview. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark McCarthy. Mark's going to walk through kind of some of the major components that are in the Stage 3 document, and we're also going to just give you guys some updates on things you're probably familiar with. And then I'll finish with just an overview on schedule, budget, the value engineering that we talked about, and the alts, which we won't spend as much time on now since you guys have already seen all that. So I'll turn it over to Mark.
Thanks, Sam. Hi, I'm Mark McCarthy with Perkins Eastman Architects for Whitford Middle School. Not sure who's controlling the slides. Who controls the slides?
Or
I can take
or somebody can advance.
Yeah, you can get it. Is it on?
I don't know if this is the right program.
Ken, can you open?
Well,
Who's plugged in?
maybe not now.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'll be relatively brief. Just to, I think we talked about this. So we actually completed the design development documents back in April, and then went through cost estimating and reconciliation. We'll talk about that in a little bit. As we talked about already, we have been doing the evaluation of the wastewater treatment. We have a meeting to review the design development with RIDE on July 1st, and then we'll make our submission to RIDE right after that. And as Sam said, our construction documents will completed in mid-August, or 60% construction documents. Excuse me. As well as just an update on the entitlements. The RIDE did in fact approve schematic design. We had a environmental public meeting held on May 11th. That is now closed, and our meetings with planning and zoning are ongoing. In fact, there was one this evening. We have also completed our user group meetings. So these are the meetings where we actually meet with the classroom teachers. So we go through each department, and at that point we're really refining what goes into everybody's room, what each needs are. It's not so much that the building's changing that much at this point, but we are ensuring that for each classroom and each department, each subject matter has what they need in each classroom, and those went really well. So here we are in, this is just an overview of what goes into the design development submission to RIDE. So not just the drawings and the specs, we also have our sustainability, the CHIPS guidelines. I'll talk a little bit about that. We have a slide about that. Excuse me, the cost estimate is part of that, and Sam will go into that in a bit, as well as schedule and reports.
Mark, do you want us to wait to ask questions, or do you want us to?
No, you can jump in.
I just had a quick one on the user group meeting. It says security. I was just curious who you met with for security.
Security has to do with from the district, as well as I know there has been meeting with first responders. So police department has been involved, fire department. Yeah.
Okay, so that they were part of the user group meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
If we're doing questions as we go, can I just?
Sure, absolutely.
I had one about user groups also. Are custodians included in the facilities user group?
Yes.
They are?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you say to date, are there other groups that you will be meeting with?
No, I don't think so. I mean, in case there may be some things that we have to go back to, just in case there's some changes or something that comes up in construction documents. But at this point, the drawings have all the detail as far as the user groups are concerned.
Can you just explain what we are appealing with the building code people?
There's a couple of things. One is the requirement for photovoltaics on the roof. Currently not in the budget, but it is a requirement, and we're exploring whether we can get some relief there, whether that could be, and Sam, you can jump in here if I'm mischaracterizing this, whether or not we need to do that day one, or that's something. So the building is currently designed to be PV ready, so the structure and everything, the conduit is all there, but the actual purchase of the panels and putting them on the roof and doing that hookup is not currently in the budget. So that's one. Sorry, did you have a question on that?
So it's something that's required by building code, but we don't have it budgeted, and so we're asking for a waiver. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when do we expect to get an answer on that?
We actually went before them last week, and we were rejected on both of the waiver requests. So now we're trying to assess what the best path is. A recommendation that we have made, and we need to explore this further, is typically we would not see an individual building go out and buy its own system. A lot of times we'd see a district, and maybe combined with the community or the town, put, say, all your rooftops out to an RFP to a third-party solar developer, and then you can see if you can actually get a system-wide approach as opposed to just looking at one building, because you have a better buying power. So with the town and the district, say, combine forces and go out to the market and do an RFP where they could, you could satisfy the building code requirement on the new school, but then also look at other rooftops. In exchange, you would actually see revenue, because it would be a lease, potentially a lease. That is an option that can be explored.
What type of cost are we talking about here if the appeals continue to be unsuccessful?
We're working on that right now, so I don't have a number. So that since we got the rejection last week, we're now evaluating what.
Can we have somebody just get maybe an email with that info and you all get it?
Sure, and
and we'll need to we need to price it, so it's going to take a little bit of time. But yeah, again, typically we wouldn't see, say, one project build its own array. You'd bring in an expert who knows how to navigate all the approval processes through the state, with federal credits, all the other opportunities and benefits that can come to the table. And then the possibility is that it's potentially positive, because you can see that lease payment.
Was this an unanticipated requirement?
It is brand new to the latest version of the code.
When was that?
I don't think it was a 2024.
Yeah, I think it was 2025.
So no.
It was not expected, right?
It was expected.
So yeah, I'm confused. Like, why would you not have known it already ahead of time when you were doing it?
We were going through a process of determining if we could actually utilize the older code, which we've been able to do in other communities. You can make that appeal to use the previous version of the code, where that was not required. This is a brand new, I would say in NK, I think you've had maybe one project that's actually come through where this has been required, and that was just in the last several months.
So you were just hoping we were gonna get the waiver?
It was.
Shouldn't we be proactive and know what the building code is and make sure we're building to that? Just because it's Rhode Island, we usually stick to.
We're trying to navigate a lot of different decision making,
Okay.
and that was part of one of the variables that we've been trying to evaluate.
All right, so it sounds, so you'll get us a follow-up on that number, the dollar number?
We'll get a follow-up on the number and suggestions on potential paths to pursue, and the ways to, you can still achieve the requirement, and maybe it's a revenue neutral, if not positive, depending on the type of agreement you might be able to get. We have seen other communities do that RFP process. Central Falls just did it, so that they could, and they looked at all their rooftops as a combined, as opposed to say just that one building.
And then on the historic update, it said site visit to be scheduled. I've been extremely worried since the beginning of this project about the historic nature of the old building, and we haven't gotten a lot of information about that, and I'm worried that it's gonna at some point kind of pop up and delay us. When is that site visit going to be scheduled?
Sorry, I'm just pulling that up. I believe that.
As recently as, I'd say in the last month, we had a follow-up meeting with HPHC, which is the statewide level requirement, to just get confirmation on what their requirements are for the reporting that needs to come out of the existing building. That is part of that change order that is before you this evening for PAL, which is a sub-consultant to the Perkins Eastman team, so that they can meet that standard that the HPHC has kind of defined as part of the process.
Can we get that documentation as well sent to the full committee?
I'm sorry?
What, can we get the HPHC document sent to the full committee as well? Not to, it doesn't have to be today, but in email?
Yep.
And then, can you answer the question about when that site visit will be?
No, I think that's pending
an agenda item.
Oh, sorry. It's a full separate agenda
It's
item?
the additional services to
Yeah, but
include
that's the consultant one. I wasn't sure.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you.
Yeah, no, I knew that was on there for the consultant, but I wanted to know, I didn't see this being 100% type. Yeah, okay, yeah, I didn't, yeah. We can wait and talk more about it later if you want,
Okay.
but. All right, continue.
This is the site plan. I don't think this should be familiar to everybody. It hasn't really changed. The only recent change to it was we had the design included 2 gates to go across the driveway. I'll go this one. So there was a proposed gate here and here, and after meeting with the school and meeting with the fire department, it was deemed that those gates were actually not necessary, not really preferred by the school in terms of, it was more of a maintenance issue than it was worth to open and close those gates. And in fact, the configuration of the site and the traffic patterns, there wasn't really a chance that any vehicle would be traveling that way very often. That's only the buses come through that part of the site, as well as because of the curves and so forth, it wouldn't be anything that would be a sort of a speed concern. So it felt like those gates were unnecessary.
Speaking of buses, on the user group meetings, at some point will the bus contractors be a user group so that they can discuss how the buses will come in and out, et cetera, to be able to have some input?
I know we met with the transportation.
Sorry, it sounded like a question. It was a request. Could you meet with them to make sure that we're good on that?
We certainly could, yeah. We met with the transportation team at the district level.
Yeah.
We did meet. And they were able to give feedback on what the typical flow is, but certainly if that's.
Yeah, I think it would be good to maybe do a meeting with the bus folks that will actually be driving it, similar to the custodians and the TAs.
Representatives.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And then I'll go through the floor plans. Let me skip ahead where we have enlarged floor plans. So as Sam said, one of the things that we continue to do is look to tighten up the building, make the building as efficient as we can without compromising the program. So that's something that the design team works on all the time. Most recently from one of the user group meetings with the media center, we had these spaces flipped. So this is it's hard to read, but this is the robotics, the media center, or the library space, and then there's kind of a lab classroom in between. Those are flipped in another direction, and meeting with them, this worked out better for them. There is one small group room in the library. which as they get into middle school and start doing more group activity and a little bit more self-directed work, those kind of spaces become really popular. So I think that was a really positive thing that came out of the user group meeting, as well as I'll point out that it's, the school maintains some, there's a nice organization in terms of public spaces. So here on the ground floor we have the gym and the cafeteria, the media center, and the administrative spaces, which are the green spaces. So very safe in terms of the segregation of the spaces and all those public spaces, most notably the gym, which is something that would be used by the community. We're able to cordon that off from the rest of the school. And then as we move up in the building, on the second floor is the 6th grade and 7th and 8th graders, and the labs, or the bulk of the labs are on the top floor. As I talked about before, this is our, actually it's our chips from last week, so we continue to look for sustainability points. The RIDE guidelines, it's not a requirement, but their guidelines are targeted for 180. This slide I think says 171.5. I know this week we've added some points there, so we're currently at 175.5 points. So very close to the 180 recommendation, and there are some alternates, particularly the air source heat pump, which would add another 15 points, so put us well over the 180 target. I think I'm going to hand off to Sam.
And I apologize, this is not very legible for you guys to see on here, but so overall project schedule, so we continue to do refinement with the project team. We had a really intense scheduling discussion with Shamit, Perkins Eastman, and Peregrine Group about a month and a half ago now to really start to lay out, okay, we're getting through the design process. What does implementation start to look like? So I would say broad strokes, we're going through this review and approval process now. This will be submitted to RIDE. In September, we will have that final review step for the 60%, understanding that this body doesn't meet in July. I think in early September, we have that final step, and that will go before RIDE for final approval. In the meantime, the team will be continuing through 100% documents.
Just to clarify, we don't have a scheduled meeting. If we need to meet to continue this work, we most certainly will schedule a special meeting if the majority of the committee agrees. So we don't have one scheduled in July, but often, if need be, we don't want to hold up the projects.
And we appreciate that. I think we've been able to kind of work
I
it.
would like to be at the beach, but
yes,
if you need us to,
we want you at the beach.
We will.
And then kind of zooming out, at the same time, we were going to be evaluating enabling early release packages. So in order, ideally, Shamit will take the project site over on or about November 1st. That's kind of a target milestone that we established coming out of the scheduling discussion. Because of the timing of the design documents, which are going to be advancing through the fall, the team is working on what we call in the industry early release work. So earthwork, foundations, underground utilities, some of the other things that are the first steps that we need to get into the ground. That's ideally so that we're at least getting a little bit ahead of the onset of winter, so that by the time the harsher weather sets in January and February, a lot of that work is underway. Maybe some of it's even already kind of behind us. And then with steel showing up sometime in the spring, and that building starts to go vertical in the spring of 2027. So that early release work would happen before the guaranteed maximum price contract. We've talked about it a little bit, I think, in front of this group in the past, but not in a lot of detail. We talk about it at the BAC as well. So we're going to be kind of balancing where we are with the overall projected cost, and then making decisions around the value of starting early and how, risk reward, right? So you're able to get work started earlier, but you still don't have the total contract value established. Certainly it is we don't do it on every project, but there are a lot of projects where we look at this and we're trying to assess that risk reward of not knowing exactly what the final number is, but if we're seeing positive trends on the overall project budget, then do we look at early release work to kind of get that schedule going? Because we're always trying to get to that spring of 28 turnover and completion. Right now, it's projected around or about June, the beginning of June of 2028. And if we have back all the way up into the end of this year, the team really wants to start getting in their way even at that point in order to hit that end date. So we're always trying to balance schedule, cost, risk, and bringing all that before you in a kind of methodical, timely manner. So we don't have to make any decisions around it tonight, but we want to let you know that those are discussions that we would be starting to have probably end of the summer, even just to inform you about where we are in the process, how we feel about it. Do we think there's efficacy to make those steps, or do we feel like we still have some uncertainty in the overall project estimate, and should we hold off? But those are built into, there's assumptions around that work potentially starting, coming on in that early release work, and then really getting fully underway.
Just to clarify in that time
Yep.
frame thing for the early work, early release package, when would that be in theory? Because I'm just thinking about the fact that we're building a school where our fields are now, and talking about like student impact and, to Dr. Duke's point, physical education, all of those sort of things. Like,
Yeah.
that sounds like that would bring that timeline of student impact up earlier.
Yeah, so we've shared that when we did the scheduling session, we've had that conversation with district. We know we need to kind of go a little bit deeper with community recreation, because we know those fields are typically used at least until the end of October. So if it had to slide another few weeks, then, and again, I think
So
we would want to come back
November-ish
within
of what year?
of 26.
Oh.
Yeah. Because at some point you're going to lose the fields, right?
Yeah.
You-
That's just much earlier than we thought we would lose them. Okay, that's all. I just want to know so we can think about it and not be surprised.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And good news, the day their fence goes up, right? That means you guys are finally getting underway, but we understand that it's going to create pain points from the day-to-day activities, and Shawmut has already spent a lot of time thinking about the logistics plan of how the site will function, how you have really two things happening, one on the construction side of the fence and one on the day-to-day operations side of the fence. And we're not oversimplifying it by any means, but I think Shawmut's really starting to build a really good logistics plan around that to ensure safety, to ensure day-to-day operations can be at their highest level, but also ensure that the contracting team can actually do the work that they need to do on the other side of that.
Yeah, and we'll just have to think about like, where is the baseball team and the softball going to
Be very creative talking, because we know come fall, that's not.
Yeah, and like working with the rec department. So.
Yep.
All right, great, thank you.
So that's high level on the schedule. And then if we go to the next page, sorry. So this is our project budget. Similar to what you've seen in the past, this is a roll-up version. And I'll just kind of walk you through the broad strokes. So the Roman numeral number 1 is the hard costs. That's where we see most fluidity as we're going through each of these steps. You'll see the top line in this current budget column, which is about halfway across the page. That $60.596 million is the updated estimate that we just received from the Shawmut team. I'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. We have a target of $750,000 of value engineering that we need to achieve to get us to kind of maintain our bottom line. That does not include any alternates, as we just talked about. That also includes owner construction contingency, which is the line right at the bottom of that first section. That's $2.1 million. That is your contingency as you move through the project process. So that's for unforeseen conditions, that's for changes that ownership might bring to the table. Our job is to protect that as much as possible so that can maybe help fund other things, but we always tell the owner, especially early on in the process, that you should assume that you're going to spend every nickel of that. And then hopefully you have some at the end that maybe can go to some of those alts and kind of cure for some of those budgetary items that are on the outside looking in. The remaining elements in here are relatively in alignment with the previous rounds of the budget. If you look at the comparison of the previously approved, they're pretty much spot on. And then we go down below, that's where you see that furniture, fixture, equipment, and technology numbers, which again are those allowances that are allowed by RIDE.
Can I just make one request with this? Just if this is going to be something that we're going to be like putting out on our website and everything. Like, I understand now, like, because you've explained it, that value, that the budget already counts on us backing $750,000 out, but it's not truly representative that this shows that we're on budget, because we're not, right? So is it possible to move that value? And engineering number down to the bottom so that it shows that we're actually over budget unless we do that. I don't want people looking at this number quickly at the bottom and thinking that we are on budget with the project and not looking at the details and understanding that we still have $750,000 to take out of it in order to stay on budget. Does that make sense?
I certainly can do that. We're implementing what we're going to talk about value engineering next, that we're going to be taking to achieve that. So in theory, we're doing it in stride, but I'm happy to show it.
Or just some type of notation
Yep.
that say this includes that we still have, I just,
Yep.
I understand that we're going to hit that number, but
Yeah.
right now we're not at that number. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. But Sam's saying that we're going to, since he's going to show us how we're magically going to save $750,000. All right?
Next page.
Great.
Actually, next 2 pages. So just to talk a little bit more about the estimate on this next page. Sorry, I'm not clicking as I go. This is the snapshot of Shawmut's summary page. So this is the first page of probably a 50-page document where Shawmut went through an exhaustive pricing analysis. This includes some subcontractor input. So the great thing about having the construction manager as part of the team now is they're actually able to go out and test costs with the marketplace. These are not bids, but they're more informed than, say, an estimator who's just getting anecdotal historic data from, as they evaluate other projects in the marketplace. Not every single line item is informed by those sub bids, but the further we get in the process, they're getting more and more data actually from the marketplace, and that's what's really valuable about the construction management process and all this. Just as a discussion around process, Alana, who is the third-party estimator that's working with Perkins Eastman, they also did their own estimate. Both sides then came together at the conclusion of those activities and did a full reconciliation. We were within about 3% of each other, which is considered kind of a good benchmark. And really the goal is to make sure that both sides are talking about the same stuff. Quantitative, the same type of scope. Not that they have to be perfectly aligned on number, but that they're really aligned on scope, so that we know that 2 different sets of eyes and ears have really looked at all this stuff and gotten them pretty close. And then usually, almost always, if you have a construction manager on board, you're using their number ultimately to inform your budget. All right, going to value engineering. This list right here is the suggested items to achieve that plus or minus $750,000 mark. You'll see a list of about 15 items there. These were items that the team developed coming out of that estimating process. And then what we did is we took a first pass at items that we thought were achievable or possible, items that needed more information, or items that even though we were suggesting them, we think that they did not make a lot of sense. So our job is to be exhaustive in this, even if we know we're going to kind of make a suggestion and then almost immediately kind of take it off the list. Then what we did was further review. We talked about this at the Building Advisory Committee. We also talked about this with district leadership and then in our working group meetings as well to kind of further vet some of these. So some of these have shifted from the 1 column to maybe the 2 column or all the way over to the 4 column. A great example is number 4, eliminate gym divider curtain, install in the future. So the goal there was you put in all the infrastructure, but maybe you buy the curtain at a later date. We had a detailed conversation with Dr. Duva and the administration team. That was a hard no. So while it was a suggestion, it got moved over to column number 4 and rejected. So, this is really just to illustrate that we're trying to turn over every single stone that we can to see if there is opportunity, with the understanding that we don't know sometimes how that might impact teaching and learning or performance or anything else in the building. So if you take the number 1 columns and the number 2 columns, we're right around that, we're just shy of that $750,000 goal. And that would be our recommendation, is that we proceed with the 1s, and then we're going to continue to evaluate anything in that number 2 column to see if any of those items can also come over.
And the Building Advisory Committee saw this and approved it and recommended it to us.
That's correct, yep. And we'll do this again. We'll do this at the next step.
But like way less money.
Hopefully. And
So
then
with things like this, they never go on the adult list?
sometimes
Like
they
they just
do.
disappear forever?
So I mean, if we take it as VE, unless it's something that it's easy enough for the team to kind of hold in the design, usually these items are ones that have to be taken. But there sometimes is variability. Say, like if we were going to change the flooring type, that's a little bit easier to kind of stretch a little bit further into the design process, or even have as an alt. So again, the little bit of fluidity in this on some of those items, but I would say the majority are things that are going to be taken now.
All right.
And then finally, the alts list, I think we spent a fair amount of time on that, but that's just the same chart that you had in the discussion the superintendent presented earlier. So I'll stop there to see if any more questions on the middle school before we jump into CIP.
Sure. Would the committee like to vote on this first, or do you want to wait until you hear the other one and then vote on this?
I've already heard this, so I defer to the rest of the committee.
Will the other one impact this one at all?
I don't think so.
We can wait. We'll wait, just in case. It felt like maybe-ish.
Yeah. No,
Like the
I don't think so, but you,
yeah, we'll just wait.
I don't
We'll
sit
just
in your
wait.
seat.
Just
So.
Yeah, there's no harm in waiting.
Yeah.
We'll just do this part and then we can vote on both.
And the CIP one will be a little bit more succinct, but I'm going to have DVDW and some of my other counterparts from Peregrine come up, and we will walk through the remaining parts of this discussion. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Try and keep it short and sweet. Before I get into the elementary school stabilization project, I just wanted to highlight two quick things on the progress on the CIP side. The high school roof is under construction now. That bid has been awarded. Just to kind of refresh everybody's memory, the bids came in less than where we were in the estimating phase. Good positive news. Building on that, we are also trying to develop the plans for DMS at the moment for the design development piece. We have base bid work, and we also have many alternates in that scope as well to try and get better parity with Wickford, which was something that came up during the stage 2 review with RIDE. Jumping into the elementary stabilization, the scope of this project at the 6 buildings encompasses the media centers at all 5 buildings except DA, secure entry vestibules at all the buildings, new roofs. We're going to recover what's there now to get a 20-year warranty. Gym divider replacement at Hamilton, Quidnessett, and Stony Lane. Limited site accessibility improvements, which consists of handicap parking, accessible routes to the front door, connecting some of the other doors to playgrounds and other site amenities, and then limited code improvements at all buildings as well. And the idea now is that this work would be phased. It's one package over 2 summers with one general contractor, 3 schools in the first summer of 27, and then 3 in the summer of 28.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Yep, absolutely.
Well, it says limited site accessibility and limited code improvements. Why would we not do all of them?
There are a lot of other issues that are relative to each one of the sites and the buildings that aren't on the critical high priority list when we went through stage 2.
If you don't touch it, you don't have to bring it up to code.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, that, and we wanted to make the buildings more functional to buy more time,
Mhm.
hence the stabilization component. What I wanted to add to this is consistent with what not only was approved in stage 2, but what we got submitted and approved by both the building committee and the school committee with the schematic design package.
Sorry, you said summer of 3 and summer of?
27 and 28.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then I'll go to the next one. There we go. Okay. The media centers not only are going to include all new finishes, but also new infrastructure, lighting, power, data, fire protection, where the buildings have fire protection systems, and fire alarm modifications. The other important note is that each space will get new mechanical work. They will be heated and cooled and ventilated. And depending on the building, the strategy is slightly different based on the equipment that's there and the age of the facility. One other note to add before we get into the money end of things is the images and the plans that are in this design development package are a direct result of us meeting with the media specialists, the principals, administration, to try and find out how they wanted these new spaces to function, not only with accommodating what they do now, but giving them opportunities for the future. I'll stop there.
So again, similar to Whitford Middle School, hard to read on the screen, easier to read in the packet. As part of the design development submission, we've continued to refine the schedule. We had a meeting here at district offices between DPVW, Peregrine Group, as well as district administration to try and prioritize the 3 schools that will be done each summer, and to best lay out all milestones to get us to Sam's earlier point of really having GMPs for all projects in Q1 of 27. So this lays out the pathway to get from design development to 60% CDs, which would be coming back for another approval process to submit to RIDE. During that, DBVW would be continuing to advance documents to 100% so that we could go to bid and get guaranteed maximum price for all the CIP work. You want to talk about Alana?
Sure. We did have Alana develop the DD cost estimate, and based on some of the decisions that were made in the schematic design relative to the roof recover strategy, as well as the development on the mechanical system design, the numbers came in actually better than they were at the schematic design level. So we better defined the scope, and we get the project at this point trending in the right direction. In this package, we also included some add alternates. One was at the behest of RIDE to increase our reimbursement, to actually look to build in some bookcases as opposed to providing furniture to some of it, particularly the stacks that are up against the walls. We got a price for that. And also some daylighting devices at Quidnessa and Stony Lane for the spaces that are adjacent to the media centers. We did actually do scans of the roofs to determine the extent of moisture damaged insulation, which was much less than what we thought we were going to find before we did the scans. We did include a modest allowance to cover some area beyond what the scan showed. That's also in the number. Wood blocking replacement and unforeseen mechanical repairs as well.
I'd also say, similar to Whitford Middle School, we went through this process multiple times with Alana. We got their initial estimate. DVBW reviewed it. Peregrine Group reviewed it. We went back and forth with Alana for them to refine their numbers, and this represents their best estimates that we have as of today.
Was it the same as the other one with like the 3% or the? What was the numbers Sam said? It was close, like what their numbers were. You didn't do that.
So that's
right?
a little different because
Yeah.
we don't have a construction manager on
Got
this
it.
project. So we just have the one independent
So you
cost
just double
estimator.
checked there. You confirmed if you thought
Yeah.
their numbers seemed
We
reasonable.
also had all the engineers look at the particular trades that they were responsible for to see if these numbers seemed in line with the scope that was being proposed.
Okay.
So like I said, although this is only at design development, things have trended in a positive direction. At this point, all projects are trending under what was initially budgeted for the CIP work, with a projected savings of just over $6 million. Now, caveat to that is that we're only at design development. We have not done design development pricing for Davisville Middle School as of yet. Those drawings are currently with Alana. Those drawings were issued over a week ago. By the end of June, we should have those numbers. So again, I think to Sam's earlier point,
I'm excited about that money.
and probably not what this committee wants to hear, but really, I think if we have a little bit of patience and can wait until Q1 of 27, we're going to be able to make much better informed decisions about how we might want to redistribute money between CIP and Whitford High School.
Or for other CIP.
Or for other CIP work, because there are a bunch of alternates at DMS to try and get the parity that it spoke about that are all at alternates right now.
We'll be back with that for the DD approval in August.
For DMS.
For DMS.
Can you just explain what the MOU approval means?
The MOU is what you were approved by RIDE for
Okay.
these projects.
There's an asterisk, but there's no like
Explanation of what the
Yeah.
asterisk is.
Could we just get that added so the public knows
Yep.
what that means?
Yeah,
Or
that's
why that asterisk exists?
it's probably a carryover from a previous budget slide, so I'll look at that, and if it requires a
Yeah,
note, we'll
delete it or
send a
explain
note,
it.
otherwise we'll delete the asterisk. And so tonight, we're essentially asking to be able to submit the 6 elementary schools to RIDE for design development review, for their next review process. Now that we've completed all the different stages and requirements that they need to upload those documents to their review board.
So, just so I'm clear on what this part of it is, so you just presented us the media center pieces. You'll be coming back with the other.
Just DMS. This
No,
is
but, like, where's
this is
the
the extent of
security?
the elementary scope.
Yeah, but where's the information on like the security?
That's all in
entry
this,
bits?
it's all in
this
these
package.
numbers.
Here.
That's all in these numbers. The other thing that I
But
neglected.
where's like this for that? Like,
Where the drawings, we have
Yeah,
all of
just
the
like-
drawings and specifications that you can take a look at any point.
But these are comprehensive numbers for
Mhm.
everything that Ed outlined is in the
Everywhere
CIP
it's
scope of
asking
work.
is there design documents to back up?
Yes.
the
Yes.
components?
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the short
And,
answer.
and
Could
we
we-
certainly can
Yeah,
provide
this
the
was-
entire set of construction
That'd be
documents to the.
Yeah, just all right. I don't need the entire thing, but like I was just expecting like a summary page like this. So
Yeah,
all I'm
that's
getting
why
is a bullet.
I bulleted it.
Yeah. Could we, Sam? I don't think I need like I don't need like 400 pages of it, but like maybe just a one pager
Yeah,
on some of those things. I'm just
Yep.
curious about like the secure entry vestibule. Some of them have them, some of them don't. Like some of them, are they getting enhanced? Are they getting completely expanded? Like I just can't. I'm curious about what the scope of some of those are for like the safety.
I can
pieces.
generally describe it. Each building is going to get new interior doors and glass system to prevent anybody from getting into the building
Yep.
once they're buzzed in from the exterior. The exteriors basically have what they need now. Interior-wise, we're putting a transaction window into the offices
Yep.
so that somebody who gets buzzed into that secure vestibule can interact with the office, conduct whatever business they need to, get buzzed into the building from there or leave, depending on what it is. That will all be enhanced construction.
No, that's fine. We can see
Yeah.
them in executive.
Yeah, no, I just kind of keep it
Yep.
treetop.
Um,
That happens at all 6 buildings.
go ahead.
And so that's what we have tonight for the CIP portion. So again, going back to whether or not you want to take 1 or 2 votes.
We're going to take 2 for sure. I think it's how it's listed on the agenda. So, unless folks have questions, we can make a motion for A. Where are we? What's happening? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll start with A.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? No. Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then B, no, C?
C.
C. Can I get a motion for C?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? You good, Chair?
Yep.
Oh. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. And so now, we'll go back to B.
B, D, and E.
Wishful thinking.
Do we need to extend?
I mean, we need,
May as well.
So I'll make a motion to extend until 11 o'clock.
do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No. So 3 ayes, 1 no, 1 not in the room. I don't know how you do that in Robert's rules.
One who
But it
left.
passed, so
Alright.
we weren't specific about what it was for, but I would assume the rest of the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, so we are on B. Can I get a motion for B?
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Okay, Dr. Duva, anything on this?
So this is the contract amendment for Peregrine. They will be taking on the conditioning services for the high school roof replacement. That is all part of within the what we had budgeted for that project.
Okay, any questions or comments from the committee on this one? I'm assuming this went through building advisory. Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then, Andrew, just point of, when someone's not in the room for a vote?
Just a no vote, not present. So that would be 4-0 with
Yeah.
Ms. Lehman not present.
So, Kristen would mark it as not
Yeah,
present?
yep.
Okay. Okay, so now we're on D?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a motion for D?
Motion to approve.
Second. Okay,
So
anything on
these-
this?
Yeah, so these are additional services that are required for the Wickford Middle School project. One is for the additional services, AE services for the irrigation consultant, and the other one is the consultant for the historic services.
Did these come budgeted, did these come in where we thought they would be?
I can weigh in. So these were additional services not anticipated at the beginning of the project. So irrigation was, as we're going through the planning commission process, the town, as a baseline, does not allow for you to use domestic water for irrigation of your fields. So we've brought in Aquios, or Perkins Eastman is bringing them in so they can do a feasibility analysis on what it would take to put irrigation wells on the property. So this is that first look at that. This is not the total project cost, nor is it the entire consulting cost. So this is a new add to the process. And I can weigh in on the other one too, whenever you want.
Yep. So we didn't know, so that was unanticipated as well as the historic consultant, even though we knew we had a historic building?
The level of reporting from HPHC was not anticipated when Perkins Eastman did the first round of contracting with PAL.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? So on the historical consultant, could they say we can't take the building down?
No, they've already kind of
All right.
validated that we are taking down the building. This inventory is part of that process that allows you to do that. So HPHC, when they have a structure that they deem kind of contributing, they will, but understanding that the building is going to come down, they want you to do an inventory of all the historic components within the building. When Perkins Eastman first scoped PAL on that, they had not had that feedback from HPHC on the extent to which they were doing it. So this is the ad to get all that analysis taken care
So
of.
when those numbers come in, that's when you then are going to say, we need $500,000. There's going to be, that's where we're then going to have to work those numbers in and reduce.
The only thing that we could anticipate right now is if they say, hey, we want to preserve an artifact from the building and we want that to be placed, say, in the new building with some kind of narrative around it.
Yep.
Shawmut has tried to at least put allowances in their estimate, but they're imperfect, say, for preservation of, I'm going to make it up, a window frame that is historically significant
like
in the
there's those-
building.
yep.
So can you place that in the building with a display, with signage and interpretation about how that, the role that the building played in
I'm more
in the
worried about the
community.
irrigation, honestly.
Correct, yeah. I mean, we're
So
going to
there's
have to...
nothing built into,
The system is in the alt, but not being supplied on site. So the irrigation system is in the alt for the fields, but it was assuming that it was going to be, they were going to tap into the domestic water line, which is not, we've been finding out through the process is a new kind of criteria from the town that they're trying to be consistent, whether it's a public entity applicant or a private applicant, where they are compelling the private applicants to source that water not from the domestic.
Great. Other questions on this one? Okay, hearing none, we will, is everyone good doing them together? The historic consultant and the irrigation consultant, or do you want me to separate them?
Don't we have to do them together because they're one agenda item?
In theory, you could separate them, like we've done that.
Either way, yeah, you can do them. You can do them as
I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure you all were, because you would. No, like
it's on the agenda as well.
Yeah.
But we can separate them.
Well, no, I was just trying to be respectful. If somebody was like a yes on the historic one, but a no on the irrigation one, I wanted to give the committee an opportunity to not have to, you know what I mean? Yeah. So, but if everyone's fine with taking them together, I will take a motion for that.
That's fine. I think in the future we should separate them though, just on the agenda, so because it's two separate items.
No ands. Ands are done.
Yeah, no ands. Ands it.
Okay, so can I please have a motion for D? If we don't have one already.
I thought we did. We do.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes
we
you
did it
approve,
right.
Sometimes you discussion.
No, we approved
this.
this one.
Messes me up. Yeah. All right. So we have a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to E.
I would make a motion to extend the meeting.
We already did it.
We missed it.
Perfect.
Let's make a motion to approve.
So just, if I can clarify, when we went through the consent and we were saying where it is, it's all here.
Yeah.
That's why when I was confused when we said it wasn't
When you
there,
sent
it's
it
like,
back
we
up,
knew
I
this was
realized
all-
that's what it was, yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, but can I get a motion for E?
Oh,
We're talking about E.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was listed
This is
twice.
for the
It's
backup
twice.
for the
Yeah.
that we.
Okay.
So
Put
that's why
aside to-
when you
to
said
later
where
on
it
in
was,
the
I was
meeting.
confused because I knew we had everything
It
submitted.
was just a
Alright.
different. It was hidden, Aaron.
It was listed twice, yeah.
so
It was listed in consent and then here.
yeah, that's what I'm just saying. So it shouldn't have been in
Today could be
consent.
the night. I'm trying.
Yeah.
Chill. All right, do we have a motion for E, please?
I would make a
Do we need a motion for E?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All right. Does anybody want to comment on this one, or are we just?
Yep, so this is for commissioning services for the additional capital improvement project. We're recommending Stephen Turner as the commissioning agent to do the work as needed for the projects that we have moving forward for the CIP.
Okay. And that was after that we went to bid, and that was the
Yes.
bid that, and the building advisory committee reviewed, and that's like approved. Okay.
So I want to clarify to you on that, because of timing, building advisory knew we were doing all this, the internal group. So our internal.
So it said in the memo, it says the building advisory committee has reviewed.
No, I sent it at the updated because I noticed that.
It ended up updated
So the updated one doesn't.
in that other
have
spot. I'm gonna make sure that.
Because that was
it's
an
all-
old memo.
But there wasn't anything in that other spot.
No.
We're
There's
ignoring the other spot.
No, there should be an updated memo that I sent to Kristen, because that line was from an old memo. So I just want to clarify, because I don't want anyone saying that it went to, that.
Yeah, I'm extremely concerned that it says publicly that the building advisory committee did something and that it wasn't.
There was error in that memo, and so I sent her an updated memo.
That no one saw.
Because of timing, not because of timing, but because of the schedule. Building advisory committee knew these were coming in, they knew we were reviewing, and it was reviewed at our internal meeting.
Not
project meeting that we had.
Oh, it was not at the
It was
advisory committee, but at the internal.
Right.
Got it.
No.
So the backup that's in the public packet is not correct?
It's not correct, and it didn't go to the building advisory committee. No.
Well, because the building advisory committee knew we were doing this, but there's,
They need to
all
vote
of
and
this
recommend
came
it,
in
though.
after the building advisory. They knew that we were doing the RFP, they knew that this was coming through.
But they just didn't approve it.
They did not.
So, okay, so I'm gonna, I don't know if I made the vote, but that, I voted, I was assuming that the memo that was in here was correct, which says that the building advisory committee has reviewed it and recommends approval, but you're saying that's not true.
That is correct. It is wrong.
Right, I'm saying it's wrong, and so when I saw that, I did fix the memo and send it, because I don't want anything being misled. That was an error in that, because that was another memo that we had that was reduced, right? And so I don't want someone to say that it did. When you look at our schedule of our building advisory committee meetings, the building advisory committee was prior. They knew this RFP was coming through. They knew we were going to review it. They knew that we were going to review that, and we did it at the Thursday meetings that we have of the subcommittee of the building advisory committee.
So it wasn't really
So-
looking.
I'm a no for 2 reasons.
So
Kristen, who made the motion?
Motion to approve was Rob,
Who seconded it?
and then Megan.
So Megan, do you think it's fine? Was it not originally? Was it because it was discussed? Did it have to be a recommendation from them?
So I would defer to Andrew. But does the advisory committee necessarily, I mean, it's good to get recommendations from them, but is it a requirement in order to kick up to school committee?
I would have to double check that, Megan. Everything that I've seen that's come through has come from the building advisory committee.
And I don't disagree.
Yeah, I'm just not.
But I'm just wondering, like,
I don't know
in
if
this
there's a loophole.
instance.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
But the
Don't
public
love?
packet says that it was
Yeah.
approved.
Well, that's
That's
a
No,
second
so
issue.
that's why I'm a
That's a
hard
second
no on
issue.
this
That's a
one.
second
So
issue.
I would prefer not to vote no on it and table it, and then if it was just it didn't go to the building advisory committee, that's one thing. But the public documents said that it did, and that is not acceptable. So I can't vote yes on this today. So I would recommend tabling it until we
We
get the
can bring it to
documentation.
We're gonna have a meeting in July. We'll just bring it in July.
Okay.
Can somebody
So
withdraw their motion?
I'll withdraw the motion, then make a motion to table.
Give a second. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. And let's get that incorrect one just removed from the agenda packets for like historical sake.
And also, it's just fix the improvement, please. On the second line, just so we don't put in
The
the
word
same
spelling.
misspelling of the word, please.
You got teachered by Megan. Okay, moving on to F.
Can I?
Yeah, move some stuff around for our.
Can I make a
sidecast.
motion to move up NEA and K negotiations final TA approval up to the next on the agenda?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of moving, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, can I get a motion for this one, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I just wanted to thank the NEA NK negotiation team for working with us on getting to this point. Any other discussion?
No.
Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then,
Can I move up
Can
I and J bus contractor up to the next on the agenda?
Can I also move up H?
why don't we do I and J, and then we can do.
Oh, well, sorry, because I was like, I thought you were.
Let's do a motion to move I, J, and H to the next item then.
All right.
Yes.
I'll make
Do we have
that
a
motion.
second? Okay, all those in favor of moving, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll take I in first.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any questions regarding this?
I do, which one is?
This
So-
one.
So I just, so I have one question. Didn't, Mr. Machard, isn't he a employee of NKSD that we approved in April? So is he now coming off of, like, no longer working for the North Kingstown
it's a
School
sub?
Department and then just doing contracting?
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle Hume, Transportation Supervisor. No, he was presented at school committee to be a sub to drive the frontline buses
Oh,
and
no,
to
I
do
asked.
field trips.
I remember asking at meeting if he, because you said that and the minibuses, and I said, oh, so is he now going to be a, employee?
He doesn't drive the minibuses at all. He only does
I
the big
guess-
buses.
That's not what you told me at the meeting. So it's fine, it's just, that's not what I was told at the meeting. I remember specifically asking that question.
So I think that was my error. I don't think Michelle was here that night, if I remember. That
Yeah,
one.
that's what I was
that
just wondering, because I was
yeah.
like, oh, now do we need a, hire
Yeah,
them?
no, that
bus
would have
driver?
been my error, so I just want to put that out.
My other question is, what is the list that you're talking about in the memo?
So the contractors have a list within the association for the first front line, and then they can have a second bus or a third bus. And they keep a list, a rotating list. They offer it to the first person. If they want the contract, they have so many days to come forward and say, yes, I want to accept this contract. I'm able to purchase a bus if I'm approved by the school committee. If that person declines it, they go to the next on the list. It's a list that they have. It's not
Okay.
a list that we keep.
It's not a list that we have.
No, it's a list that the association keeps.
Okay. Any other questions regarding item I?
And my last one is this bus 11? Is that part of it too, is him purchasing bus 11?
Yes, that would be, he would be taking over the contract of bus 11.
So the contract on your file is up this year?
For Mr. Salisbury, yes. He's completed. He had a 1-year extension. It brought him to his 13th year, and he has completed it. So he's done. He is relinquishing his contract.
So wait, I'm confused. But how can you, so is it a different bus?
I'm sorry.
So you can't be past 12 years per the contract we have with the bus association?
Last year, he was approved for a 1-year extension based on the contract, but then in this 13th year, he decided that he was no longer going to renew his contract, and he was not going to ask for another 12 years or purchase another bus. He's decided to walk away, and that was in a meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is he going to have to, is he buying a new bus? Is that what's
Mr. Michaud is.
Yeah, okay, that was
Yes,
my question.
yes.
So he's, all right, so wouldn't we just give him an agreement? Do you know
Yes.
what I mean? Like, why is it even associating with bus 11? Like,
Because
can we
there's
just
a
give
route
him?
available?
There's a route available.
I got you.
They're not adding a bus to
If Mr.
the
Salisbury
fleet.
still was running, there would be no space for Mr.
Got it.
Correct.
to run.
All right,
I
thank
follow
you. That's what I was
Correct.
like, it's confused.
Very
Okay.
good question, Sherry.
Yeah.
I just. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so with that said, so in the future, Mark will be seeing bus paperwork.
Correct.
Yeah, we're actually completely
Once he's
done.
approved. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Kurt and I have to meet. I'm
Phase
meeting with
two.
them Monday.
Phase 2.
Yep.
Yep.
So we're just approving that we're okay, and then you'll come back with his agreement and
Correct.
approve that.
We're approving him as a contractor, but then he will need to come back with us with the bus.
Yes. With the specifications.
Yep.
Yes.
Got it. All right.
I get why it's an interesting order.
We
but
just make it more.
Here we are, always. Okay, any other questions regarding item I? Okay, thank you to Mr. Salisbury for his time in the district. Anything else? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's do J.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Any questions regarding this one?
Yeah, kind of the same thing. Maybe your file wasn't correct, because he's purchasing the bus and the contract?
No.
No. Okay.
No. Mr. Martin will be receiving his title back.
Okay.
He's leaving. He has also done his 12 years. He has decided that he is not going to renew his contract, so he is also relinquishing his, and Mr. Hancock is next on the list for a contract for himself.
Okay.
So he's not buying bus 9. No, he's buying his own bus.
So it's kind of similar.
Exactly the same thing.
Okay. And then
And then
also.
Jennifer's keeping hers.
Yes.
Got it.
Oh, so Mr. Hancock, so now he's no longer going to be working for the school department then?
He can continue to work for the school department if he decides he wants to hire a driver, because they can hire a driver for one front line, the first
so
one.
then we'll approve a driver.
Yep.
Got it.
He does it. That's his decision to make at that time, not mine.
All right, I got it. Just was kind of curious.
Yep.
Anything else on this one?
No.
Okay, great. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then H, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Second.
Okay. See, Topper, you would have made it in plenty of time.
I know.
We
That's what I said.
apologize for the wait for all.
No worries.
Okay, so we have,
So I pause. I'm the one who kind of asked to put this on because I just thought it'd be a couple of reasons. One, just to kind of see, like on a spreadsheet, how many kids, for each sport, sort of what's going on in each sport. Also, I think there was a lot of busing issues last year, and I wanted to see too, like, to figure out like how we could build that maybe next year into the routes, so that, you know, like the middle school kids aren't waiting till 4 o'clock and then not getting to their games on time. Like, there was definitely a lot of, I don't know if it was so much at the high school, I know it was at the middle school, so that's kind of why I put that on, just sort of ask all the questions.
Anything you want? We have a couple documents. Mr. Turber, anything you want to highlight on them, or do you want to just take questions from the committee?
I mean, I can comment on Ms. Kennedy's. I can offer a comment on Ms. Kennedy's transportation, and myself and Michelle and contractors and now Bridget Hayes have met pretty consistently over the last month. And now that sports are over, that's certainly ceased. But yeah, transportation was difficult this year. I feel that. You know, the consistent communication, and it started last August with, I'll comment on middle school. So middle school, we were it was requested of us to not ask for a middle school bus before 4 o'clock. So that then, which I said I can make that happen, but then that facilitates communication with the opposing athletic directors, because obviously every time we take a bus, it's to another venue and it's their home game. So we had to ask each of those athletic directors to please not schedule before 5 o'clock, which becomes difficult because once daylight savings times hits and once you start getting into the late fall, you know, it starts getting dark pretty soon after 6 o'clock. So this was something that they were able to accommodate, and then I do believe, and I'm not going to speak for transportation, it was a perfect storm of construction within the district. Buses that had gone down, drivers that happened to be out, and then we would be communicated with, I don't want to say daily, but routinely, that we're going to struggle with this bus today. We're going to struggle getting this team to Narragansett, Westerly, etc. So I feel that a lot of it out of our control, but given the system in which the way we do it with, you know, contractors and them having buses, whereas if a bus does go down, a bus does go out of service, it impacts our ability. I can't speak for getting students to and from school every day. I can't speak to that. But when we need buses after school, that tended to sometimes pose problems. And again, the communication was always open, but I feel like Michelle and some of the contractors had to get creative to make some trips happen. Some had to be drops and picks. Some had to put a couple teams on the same bus. It was a tough year when it came to that, and I think we could all kind of agree.
And I think the 4 o'clock isn't right. I mean, the kids were, only because one of my daughters plays soccer, one did cross country, like, they were either getting there the second the game starts, they had no time to warm up, it just was not.
It's not conducive. Athletically, it's not conducive.
I
can agree on that.
Doing that, I don't think that's fair. I feel like we should be able to build the routes so that there's, like, you know, there's going to be sports after school. So just.
I'm just going to jump in. It's not just about building the routes; it's about how many buses we have. Because no matter how you build a route, you have to look at how many buses you have to run the routes that we do. So it's a combination of number of buses, drivers, and the routes.
So I think, yeah.
Which we'll look at.
I just think we need to do a better job. I really feel like last year, I mean, kids missed even just showing up for cross country. Like, the cross country is longer, like, even track. You can't start at 4 sometimes and you're driving to Westerly. Like, you're not going to, like, no construction, you're not getting from North Kingstown to Westerly in less than 45 minutes.
So what resources are needed in order to support that? Because I agree with you, Sherry. Like, it's not, we shouldn't have to schedule around availability of transportation for athletic events. Like, that's not. So, like, can we look at what resources are needed to support providing athletic transportation at a time that works for athletics?
I would love that. I feel like that would more be a conversation for transportation. Our part in this process is to request the buses.
Right.
That the schedule rolls out, and where it gets very difficult on transportation, and I can certainly attest to it, is when we have 6 events on the same day.
And I understand that we're limited, but like if we're not able to support it with our current like contractors, like do we have the ability to outsource? Like I want to
That's
be
the
creative in terms of what we need to do.
So there's a couple pieces to this, right? Number one, we're not the only district in the state that has this issue. We're not even the only district in the entire country that has this issue. I've been to many games where I've watched buses come in much later. I myself have sat at games and waited 45 minutes for a bus to arrive from another district. We don't have the resources. A lot of districts don't have the... As a matter of fact, about a month and a half ago, we were waiting for a bus to come in from another district. It came in a half hour late to the high school. It's happening everywhere. They don't have the drivers, nor do they have the vehicles. We just don't have them. Unfortunately, at the end of the school year, we did have the perfect storm. There's a system in these diesel buses that when it goes down, it's very difficult for them to fix. And we battled with that this year. And it was awful, and we tried. We got very creative. We reached out to Narragansett. They assisted us. We utilized minibuses. We did everything we possibly could. And I think we actually did above and beyond what a lot of other districts would have done. We were able to do it because why? It was in-house. Yes, it's not great when we have to say, you know what, we can't get buses there till 4:20, and I know the kids are scheduled to leave at 4, but we have 3 elementary schools that get out of school and they're loading buses at 3:45. Geographically, we have 59 square miles that we cover here. That is a lot for the amount of buses we have to cover.
And I think for me at least, this is not a like no one's trying effort by any means. I think for the school committee, and this doesn't have to be a tonight answer, 1, because it's 10:18, but 2, because it's the end of the school year. I think what it would be great is to explore over the summer, and I know we're having some transition, but at least identifying what the problems are, and then also then identifying like what are the needs, to Jen's point. Like, is it that we're consistently short a bus, or is it consistently short 3 buses? Do we need to change our policy on how students get to and from sports? You know, like what can we do to try to assist it? Because I think no one here is saying it's because of a person or because of a lack of effort. We think it's like a systemic issue that we need to do something to shift and support our students.
So I'd like to interject that we actually have a policy on this, the athletic policy, JJI, where at the beginning and the end of each season, I'm sure you know this, Mr. Tober, that you and Dr. Duva are supposed to get together, and the coaches are supposed to, chain of command, supposed to bring to you their budgetary needs. And I would add to this conversation, there was the issue with uniforms, at the beginning of the cross-country season. There were definitely issues with lack of staffing, lack of coaches, at least at DMS for the track season. So it seems to me that this policy, if it's being followed, and I don't know because it's an administrative policy, that then ultimately needs to get brought to the school committee. All we can oversee is the budget, but we would get those budgetary requests and requirements from you per this policy, JJI number 6, I'm reading it right now. It's the overall school budget which you can bring to us via Dr. Duva, where you've sat down and said this is what we need. We all know that buses and transportation in general in this district, the bottom line is I'd like to, in the upcoming budgetary discussions, we really need to talk about our fleet, because the fleet seems to be a major issue, and hopefully the transportation consultant will help us with that as well. But it's definitely part of the athletic issues, but also uniforms, coaches, coaching staff, and probably other things. I don't know your budget, so maybe you have enough to add more coaches, but I'd like to make a motion this evening to recommend that you add more coaching staff, because I can tell you right now that the track at DMS, 130 kids with 1 coach, scrambling to find at least 1 other coach in the middle of the season was a very difficult thing. So we do have a policy, and if it is properly being followed, we should be able to work together via the chain of command for you to bring, and your coaches, coaching staff, to bring these budgetary requests to us. And then it's our problem as the school committee, to try to figure out, okay, where are we going to ultimately approve this budget and get you the funds you need to properly, we're all part, cogs, we're all part of this machine, and we're all different parts of it. So we need to work together. And I think this policy is where it should start.
Sure, and I agree with you. I can say that in my budget request for FY27, I did ask for more coaches and uniform funds, and to my knowledge, it was approved. So this will be put into effect as is already. But yeah, I completely agree with you.
I wonder if too we have the committee, the redistricting, start time, and transportation committee. I heard two of those factors playing into this athletic challenge: the late elementary schools, and then obviously transportation. So I wonder if we could add this problem to that conversation, not just looking at the school day, but also looking at the after-school impact.
That'll be a
Right.
part of it, because as we look at the start times, the end times, all of that is related to.
But I think acknowledging
recommendations
that we
moving
also
forward.
have challenges and difficulties transporting our athletes, we want to allow athletes to do it, and we don't want to limit things because of that. So I think making sure that is a big piece of it.
And that's kind of why, to be honest, I made that spreadsheet. But I even thought, like, the average person, unless your kids go to DMS and they're on track, that's 133 kids. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think we, so I felt like this is even just a good way to be like, hey, all of a sudden there's a lot of more kids than we
And this year hit us.
anticipated. And this year was definitely.
This year hit us in the face. We've never had that, and a lot plays into that. And I think it's a lot of great things play into that. It's a no-cut sport. So track at the high school level too. It's a no-cut sport. So it's a participation sport, and I think it's great that 130 kids wanted to be a part.
Me too.
So it just created problems that we had never seen
Yeah, the
before.
girls and boys under DMS.
For spring.
And to be honest, my daughter
Yes.
did it the year before. There wasn't it. There definitely this year had a lot. But I just thought this might even be a good way just for us to be like, oh my gosh, more people than we expected.
Right.
133
at Davisville alone. So I mean, it's a great problem to have. I just feel like we now
we have
have
to
to
figure it
insulate
out.
ourselves to handle that problem. Dr. Duve and I sat down. We were able to bring in another coach that was approved, which we did. Yeah, I do. I think that certainly plays into it. But moving forward, we need to be more proactive to set ourselves up to handle something like that,
Yeah,
and that's what this does.
All right, so
Another
maybe-
thing that happened too with that many kids, if we needed 2 buses and there was only 1 coach, you can't have the kids on a bus without
I think that's where you
a coach or
thinking
an adult.
through-
And then asking parents to do it is also,
Yeah. All right, so it sounds like we have some good, not good, but some identified
Yeah, it was more
problems.
just to
And
kind
so
of-
can we get a follow-up maybe at the first August meeting with what the administration is thinking about as far as like solutions for the fall season at least? And then obviously long-term, we'll look at transportation. And then for next budget cycle, seeing if there's anything that we need to put in beyond what we did last year to see what we need to do to support. Does that sound reasonable?
I have 2 more questions.
Yeah.
Regarding the athletics review. The first question is, are all the coaches in compliance with the usage of the proper app?
Yep, 100%.
Okay, so there's just one app.
One app, NKSD Connect, one app,
Okay. Secondly,
and it goes season. Not to interrupt you, season by season. So
Right.
yep. So it was brand new this year, so we rolled it out each season. And the previous app didn't get to the middles. This one included the middles as well.
so I have a question. Was the previous app Sports U?
No.
No.
No, it was just one of the coaches.
No.
This is a trigger for me.
No.
Okay.
Correct.
One thing while you're here, Dave, the parents at CLAC did mention that the unified basketball and things were not in the app, and so is that something that you all could look at for the future?
Yes. So the app generally is athletes and coaches, but that would be parents and coaches and partners as well. So yeah, we
so
can do
just,
that.
and
Yep.
just wanted to pass along the feedback. I don't need a commitment, but they did bring that up as
Absolutely.
a concern at their meeting.
So the last question I have is, are we supposed to, as a school committee, be approving for each year your participation in the athletic leagues?
So
Okay.
if you read the policy, because I after you said I went back and forth. So if you read the policy, it says the school committee needs to approve, but then it also says in the policy that we are a member of the interscholastic league. So I believe the policy, by stating that we are a member of the league, is already approving that we are a member of.
So we don't have to do it every year.
Yeah, so
Maybe
Andrew,
we
could
should
you-
add
No,
it
but if you
that
were to
way.
join a different league, and I don't know.
But I
if there
think
even
we
is.
are
No.
in one other. Are we not one other league? Or are we
No,
just
middle
in our-
school is now all interscholastic.
And it's middle
as of
school as
last
well.
year.
So that's the
Should
only
approve
league we
that
belong
when that
to.
happened?
Yes,
to
that
revise
happened
the policy, so
a
the
year ago.
policy says that middle and high school are both part of the interscholastic league.
Yeah, the policy's on the list.
Great, it's already on the
Couple of
list.
things that need to be.
Great. Anything else for Mr. Tober or anything
It's
on
not
this?
really
Obviously, it's just
I did have a couple questions. Sure, thank you for putting this together. It was good because athletics is a big.
I thought we just.
So I saw your notes, Dave, about like uniform and the cycle and everything, but what does the yes, no in the column mean?
How I interpret it was, does that team, are there uniform needs for that team acutely now? That's how I looked
So
at it.
it doesn't identify like what the cycle rotation is.
If it's a yes on the uniform needs, they're up for uniforms.
Okay, but if it's a no, then.
If it's no, that they're all set right now.
But now, it doesn't.
Correct,
define-
right now. It will be in 5-6 years, they'll be up
So
again.
that's the.
Correct. That's how I interpreted that. If I don't know if that's what you meant.
Maybe even just, maybe good for us to have the cycle, just to see.
Yeah, just for funding purposes. Equipment is not listed here. There was something that came up during Democracy Night
Sure.
where a student brought up the fact that lacrosse equipment is not covered.
Correct.
But football equipment is, and things like that. And I think that's I'd like to find out, because we have consistently been told that we are covering any equipment that is required to participate in a sport. So I would like to get clarification on that.
So Dr. Duva and I had this conversation. I put together a report about a month ago based on this question.
Okay.
So historically, and certainly what I inherited was football was the outlier in terms of where equipment is provided. And it's and my guess, and I guess through research as well, so I guess it could be an educated guess, is it was due to, because football is the sport generally in high school that kids come in having not played before. So they don't have the equipment. That said, I still wanted to go 10 steps further. So what I did was I polled 13 athletic directors in our general vicinity, southern part of the state, to compare what we provide protective-wise to what they provided. I have this report. I can certainly forward it to the school committee. And honestly, aside from Charahoe High School, who provides lacrosse helmets, and Narragansett High School, who provides lacrosse helmets, nobody else provides anything that we provide across all sports that require protective equipment. That's football, boys lacrosse, girls lacrosse, boys and girls ice hockey, baseball when it comes to batting helmets, softball batting helmets, and then field hockey. It started at goggles. The state has now dropped that requirement for goggles. We were the only state left in the country that field hockey players wore goggles when they played. That has been dropped, but what they have adopted is, and if you know anything about field hockey, on corners, which is in the offensive zone, the ball comes out to somebody and 5 girls essentially charge. There are required face masks now that they have to wear for corners, and then when the corner's over, they take them off and they store them behind the net. We provided those, and we've provided goalie gear for all of our sports. But so not only did I kind of go through each district and what they provide compared to what we provide, I did a second tab of what it would cost per player per team in sport if we did provide it. And the cost is substantial, and you can see that in the spreadsheet. So I don't know if we could sustain it. Current budget, never. I mean, we literally have to at least double my budget to sustain providing all protective equipment for teams that need it. But that said, I just wanted to provide some nuts and bolts as to where we are compared to everybody
And I think
else.
our philosophy is like we like to know what it is, like kind of what the big need is,
Sure.
and then figure out how to tackle it and how to prioritize it and whatnot. So I think that'll be super helpful to see.
I'll
And
share that.
then
Yep.
It sounds like you'll also send us that other stuff. Anything else, Jen? I think, or Sherry, one of you had something else.
What determines, I noticed entrance fees, yes or no, how do we determine that, and is how we determine it consistent amongst all other, is it like determined by RIL, or is it something that we determine?
We do. It's A, it's what I inherited, but B, it's the venue. It's a contained setting in terms of the venue. So generally, anything that's in the stadium, aside from track, will charge admission. And then anything that's being played in the gym, aside from unified, we charge admission.
So there's no like consistency among districts on who charges what, like from RIL, right? Like, do some schools charge an admission fee for track and field? 'Cause
Some do.
that's
Some do.
my understanding.
Correct.
I remember
Yep.
having to pay.
Yep.
So we could if
We
wanted to.
could. We could. Some don't charge for lacrosse, yet we do. So like I don't think it's consistent. It's put it this way, it's another study I could do,
Yeah.
just to see where we lie with competitors in other
Yeah, I'd be
districts.
curious to see that, because just based on the gate receipts, there's some interesting anomalies. So if you could pull that information together, that would be great.
Sure, and then Kenny had forwarded a question to me regarding gate receipts about the fluctuation, especially within the last 2 years. I just don't know if it's known. Something that I adopted 2 years ago. Okay, later?
No, not in a bad way.
Oh.
Whatever.
Well, I just want to make sure, like, agenda-wise, I mean, we are
Yeah.
talking about athletic reviews, so.
Yeah, we're not there
Gotcha.
yet.
So could
Yeah.
possibly fall here, but. we might
Okay.
And then my last question is, when you are bringing in a per diem athletic trainer, that's coming directly from your budget?
Yes.
And you have a line
I have a
item in your
line for
budget
that,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
And so my other one was, is it a big deal that we don't have medical coverage at middle school, or is that fine? Is that typical of most middle schools not having?
That's
I mean, I don't know if when we go.
And I'm not saying this as a good thing, but that is par for the course. No,
Okay.
no
I was
district.
I was curious. I didn't know if we were an outlier or
No,
if it's just true of all the
we
middle
just
school
don't
schools.
have it. We just
Okay.
don't have. I mean, Sean's one person. I have one.
Oh no,
trainer.
and
Again, I think it's the need, right, and understanding how it's evolved and how middle school sports has evolved and what future needs are and what we have and don't have and what other districts have and don't have and what we should have for students,
Sure.
even if other districts don't have it. So I think it's just established.
Yeah, I'd just be curious if other districts do.
And we're
I
way
mean-
ahead of the game, whereas a lot of districts don't have a trainer at all.
Oh, okay.
All right, anything else on this one? So it sounds like we'll get some follow-up in August and then some future conversations for long-term planning for budget and transportation and equipment purchasing and coaching.
Sure.
See you every meeting, Tober.
All right.
Get excited.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I don't know where we are.
Special reports.
Back up to the top.
Go back up to,
Yeah,
it didn't
Can we
really
just skip
exist
that
in
one?
here, so I don't think we have to.
No, so
Special report.
let's go all the way back up to that consent one that we left hanging,
But you've already addressed that.
No, we already did.
but it was on
It was in
twice.
the.
Right.
So I just ignore it?
But you can just close it. I
Do you
mean,
want to
fast.
talk about gate receipts while Dave's here?
Oh,
Because you had a question about gate receipts.
We can, but can we just decide what we're doing with this one first?
the consent agenda.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, that one.
Just
that,
leave it?
Yeah, just leave it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay, we'll leave it. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, and let's move up.
So let's make a motion to move up gate receipts just quickly.
Which is
October.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to move
B3.
B3.
Yeah. Second. All right, all in favor of moving, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we are. Okay, questions regarding this?
Yes, so I was wondering why the winter revenue has dropped over the past 2 years and why spring is up so much this year, and overall revenue in general has dropped since 2024, and I'm wondering if we know why.
I'll give you
Check
my.
with the winter.
What's that?
Because you didn't charge for Soccer Fest this year, and you did the year before.
No, that'd be fall.
Oh, all right, true.
Yeah.
All right, not winter.
I'll answer. I guess I'll go backwards. The best answer I could give you for why it's dropped the last 2 years is because we don't charge students to come to the games anymore.
Okay.
So that's my best answer at that.
When did we change, when did we charge them? We used to charge.
I
them?
walked
We
into
used
it.
to
When
charge
I got
them.
here, students had to pay to go to games.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you gotta know this.
For-
But
for
that
various
that
reasons.
change didn't happen while I was here, so that doesn't account for the numbers you just
Yeah,
said.
no, it predates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 2024 is when we started that. We're in
No,
our
it
second
was
year.
before 2024.
Oh, yeah.
Not with me.
October came after, what, yeah.
I came in December of 23, and the rest of that year we did, and then that next year
Okay, so
we
that's-
made that
okay.
decision. Yeah, and that includes all NKSD students, so kids from the littles to
Yeah.
middles. So that's my best answer at that,
Okay.
and it's logical. Now you look at football. We get about 700 to 900 kids at a football game. But I feel like now that we dropped it, now we get 700 to 900 kids at football games. So you weigh it out. Yeah, and that's why. That's why. I'm going to give my second answer is, and I have had consistent conversations with the Booster Club about this. So the Booster Club provides gate workers for us. That's how they do it. They're having trouble getting parent volunteers. So we've had plenty of events with no gate because we don't have gate workers. And the problem with that is we don't find out till that day. So we don't have gate workers, we don't have a gate. And that makes it very difficult. So that's the second piece of it as to why I feel.
Using an honesty system, you put the QR code out there for people to pay as
Right.
Correct.
You're assuming people paid before they
So-
got there,
Yeah,
but they might not have.
and it's funny. I just had a meeting today with the Booster Club presidents, and we just have to figure out how to incentivize, get it out better to each team with the parents. Generally, my first couple of years here, actually my first 3 years here, each team had a parent liaison to the Booster Club, and that parent liaison handled staffing the games. Teams are now not getting the parent liaison, so I just feel like either, I'm not in a place to mandate it. That said, you can make it uncomfortable, whereas people need to volunteer. These are funds that go directly to their children, to our athletes. The gate account obviously supports directly student athletes. It's become a problem. I literally just had this conversation this morning in a meeting with the Booster Club, and we have to figure out, and that's something that we're going to consistently work on over the course of the summer to prepare for the fall, how to better get parental volunteers to work the gate. And the gate, the concession stand, the funds for the concession stand go directly to boosters, but the gate, the funds from the gate go directly to the gate account, which directly impacts our student athletes.
Are they having problems getting volunteers to staff concession or only
Yep.
gate?
Oh no,
Both?
concessions too.
Okay.
We're having a very difficult time, and it's funny. This spring was the worst, which is, I find it a little odd that numbers were up. We didn't have volunteers for boys volleyball this spring, so it's tough. I certainly will make myself available to talk to the parents, but you can't make them do it. It's just we have to, whether it's like I said, incentivize, create a situation, maybe just flat out explain what this money actually pays for.
Somebody from the Booster Club used to go to all of the team meetings and do that. Do they still do that?
No.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
used to, nothing like a good guilt
Yep.
trip for like
Right.
parents to volunteer.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's all super good conversations, but for gate receipt pieces, so
We're not going to solve it.
so we don't know why our money's up.
And
We
don't
might know why the money's down,
yeah.
but that doesn't make sense. So
Okay,
here we are.
okay.
But there's definitely some identified issues with volunteers and definitely the impact of the student income change. And it probably is worth a little bit more investigation on how we do that. Because we're budgeting that amount, so
Yeah,
we need some sort
yes,
of
we
plan
need some sort of
to
guidance on how to
recruit that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else on that for now?
No.
Great, thank you so much, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
Where are we? And
Okay, so now we're back to
F is my best guess.
A, special
No,
reports.
it's a special report.
Yes, special reports,
Oh my god.
ABC.
Huh? Okay, so we have special reports. There are 9 of them. Does anyone have any questions on any of the special reports?
I do, but I'm going to email them all
I
to
love
Ken
that.
in the interest of time.
And Ken will write you back.
And if you would like, if it's not something directly to me, you can CC the director on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question about the attendance report?
Yes.
The top number, so 25, I think it was 25, 26, whatever the most recent that you put on there. Hold on, let me bring it up. So 25, 26 versus the 24, 25. It looks like the number you used for the denominator, 3908, was not what the number was when you add up all those students. That the number when you add it up is actually 3623.
Yeah, so there were some students in there who were homeschooled students and students who are out of district who were included in that. I recalculated it with taking those kids out, and it was the chronic absenteeism rate rose from 14.1% to 14.6%.
Okay, I got 15.29%, but just it changed, and also just so you know, so the number below that from the previous year was accurate. In other words, like it's like, I don't know if you can we just adjust that? So, like, in other words, it looks like in the second number at the bottom, the previous year,
the
you
number that
didn't
is
pull
in
the
there is the
homeschooler.
number we report to RIDE.
But in one, the number's accurate when you add them all up, and then in the top one, it's not accurate. So
Right.
it just seems like it's not. The two numbers aren't consistent.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I
Like,
do. I do. I do.
I don't know if it's a big deal or not. I just wanted to mention.
No,
it.
I get it. Yep.
So.
Yeah, so I think if you are, what I hear you saying, Rob, is that there's some students.
The 3908 is from the numbers that we get for what we report to the Department of Ed.
Yep, and that includes homeschool students.
Correct.
And so their parents are not marking them
Correct.
absent. And so, but that's different though than the prior year.
It
Like,
is
'cause what Megan's
different than
saying
the
is-
prior year, yes.
All right,
But-
so maybe
but
just an asterisk and a note about that.
Sure.
Just with that piece.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just because it's not quite apples to apples.
That's exactly
I hear what
right.
you're saying. But I also hear what you're saying, Rob. So I think that'll at least.
I mean, I understood why. I just one was different from the other.
Yep. Other questions?
Yeah, for the student safety and behavioral health report, the committee, can that just be explained again? I know it's now a statutory committee, but does it not fall under our BCF?
It is not an advisory committee.
Okay, so we don't have to like have meeting minutes or any of that stuff.
And it,
Okay, and I just don't know really anything about how often is it meeting?
so we are meeting
Bless you.
monthly. So what I did with that, because it's the same members that are part of our district safety and threat assessment team, so I included one more person in there. And that way, instead of having different committees, we're all meeting together, and so we meet once a month. Sometimes if we don't, it may not meet a month, like we gotta cancel 1 month, but typically it's meeting once a month.
So for the purposes of like the school committee, I mean, I just don't really know like what your plan is for that. Like how often will we be seeing these reports?
So if you go back and look at the regs,
Yep.
right, that was new this year, it's an annual report.
So just once a year?
Just once a year,
Okay.
you get a report of what we discussed and what we were working on, and I shared in there what we'll be doing for next year as well. So it's, that the group consists of representatives from teaching staff, mental health staff, school nurse, SRO, administrators, police, and fire. So that same group looks at our district safety plans, it's looking at mental health wellness, I have, there's a social worker, there's a school psychologist, there's a school counselor on there's principals, so.
And is just so for going forward for school committee like planning and scheduling, so is there a certain time, does that need to be all that information sent to RIDE or anything?
Nope.
Or the state or anything?
Nope.
It's just for our purposes?
It's just for our purposes.
So like at the end of each school year, we're just gonna do this? Okay.
So it just says in the regs that it requires an annual report, and so this was the first year that it was required to put in over the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the report you'll get. Again, you'll get a report next year as well.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions regarding that one?
I did on the student safety and behavioral health. So I noticed you added in about establishing a GSA for the middle schools, but I've also mentioned to you that we need more student assistant counselors, so I'm just curious why that hasn't been put on there, because right now we have one at the high school for 5 days, and we have 2 days at Wickford and 2 days at Davisville, and Davisville has 159 more kids, and I think those people are very much, they're almost like kids go to them because they're not teachers, they're not working for the school department, and I think it's really important, so I'm kind of disappointed that wasn't in there because I've mentioned it before. And the other thing is, I've mentioned about an SRO officer in the middle school. So I just feel like, just because that was on the DEI recommendations, that was added, yet I don't feel the need that I have to say it publicly all the time. I email it since I feel like...
Let me just clarify, right? Because I don't want this to become something that...
No, it's not. It's just, I don't put recommendations.
So-
I email you personally.
Yep, and
for a
no
reason.
one gave that to me as a recommendation. I want to be very clear. That did not come from DEI as a recommendation. That came clearly out of administration,
I'm glad you know
meeting
that.
with students that brought it to our attention, and I said I would bring it back, and I reported out at that committee Friday morning. because we just met, we had just had a meeting Friday. I recently just met with the group prior, and I brought that forward as something that came to my attention as a concern and something that we'd be working on. So
Did you
that's
mention
enough.
about the student assistant council? Because
So-
I emailed you about that.
Yep, I'll be honest, I didn't. No,
Okay.
there was no reason at all I didn't.
And I think
It's just that, stuff that we have, there's a lot that gets talked about, there's a lot that gets discussed, and I can bring that forward to our next meeting when we meet in September regarding that as well.
Yeah, because I think it's not, can I just finish, Cameron? It's not equitable that there's 2 days at Wickford, and then there's only 2 days at Davisville, and there's 159 more kids at Davisville. So that is not equitable at all to me. I don't even know why that wasn't corrected before this.
For those positions,
I
agree
hear
with.
you. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, no, I know. I've mentioned it a lot. It's not
on the
my
agenda,
first
was it?
time. I just didn't feel the need for the Health and Wellness Advisory Committee to vote on that, to bring it forward.
For those positions, because I agree with Sherry on the numbers, those are not district employees, and so how do they? Yeah, so do we set that contract? Like, is that something that we could look at
It's a
to
contract that we get every
increasing?
year that we can review. It's based on.
I don't ever remember seeing that contract, but I could be.
Okay.
No worries. I just never remember seeing it because I feel like I would have noticed.
Student assistance contract?
Like, is there a possibility that we could?
So
Is there a possibility that we could look at what it would be to increase it to say 3 days a week at Davidson Middle School for this school year? Is what I was going to ask. Can we look at what that would mean?
Yeah, no, I appreciate, because I really do
No, yeah,
think
it's a
they
good
make
point.
a big difference there, and it's sort of like this little secret thing that now realizing with my kids in middle school, like a lot of the kids go to them, and I think it's because they're kind of not attached to the school and they don't feel like they're going to get told on or in trouble, or they're not getting graded on it.
So it sounds like Dr. V will look into that and maybe. Anything else on the reports that we have in front of us? Energy, quarterly update.
I had one on the PTO report out. I'm just curious, did you provide them feedback? I know the VCI was on there on how they could batch it.
Yeah, so I did not give them feedback because I didn't know a lot about that process, but that's why I'd asked Lynx to come and talk more. They weren't able to come tonight, but they were originally on the agenda. I asked Dr. Duba to put it on.
This is exactly why it should have been brought in front of all of us, because I know how they can easily do it. And so I don't mind emailing out the PTOs, because you just need a notary at open house and they bring $5 and then it all gets batched.
So Hamilton did that, but they had some challenge that they had encountered. So they had done it previously, but they had some challenge.
We did it at DMS and prior to Forest Park. I don't know if we still do.
Yeah, I was surprised if I do. I don't know. But
just curious.
I thought that's where I thought hearing more from Lynx, just in general about what they're doing to support, even listening to Mr. Tober talk about like volunteers and issues with that, like that would be good.
You really need a notary.
Yes. Yeah, I think Hamilton did have a notary at their open house for that one that they were talking about. But
okay.
Anything else on any of the reports? Okay. Hearing none. Thank you, Dr. Duba, for putting those ones. Financial reports, B.
Can I make a motion? We're going to end at 11 o'clock, right? Can I make a motion to table this? I find these financial reports extremely important, and Leslie Ann's not here, and it's almost 11 o'clock at night, and I'm sorry, but I don't want to.
them. Or and also email questions.
No, I've emailed questions, and I haven't gotten answers, so I'd rather just talk about it, but
I'll roll them over.
Yeah, thank you. This is just too important.
All right, so roll over all of B 1, 2, 3. We can put that on the next agenda.
We already talked about
We already talked about
1 and
3.
2.
Just 1 and 2.
Maybe other people have questions. Okay. And then advisory subcommittee reports.
We didn't vote on the table, did we?
We didn't
No,
vote.
we have a motion to table, no one.
Yeah, we had to finish the motion to table.
Which one? I'm
I
sorry.
don't even have a second.
Oh, sorry.
We have to table reports?
No, we didn't.
No, we're just rolling
We don't.
them over.
Yeah, we're just gonna roll a motion. We don't have to-
Roll up. Okay, we're not voting to table or anything.
Nothing. We're voting on no. Like I just will. I just made a note to myself to ask Dr. Duba to put those back on for the next agenda.
Yeah.
We don't.
Which
That's
one?
all we need to do.
1 and 2.
Financial reports 1 and 2.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. We don't need to do anything for that. advisory subcommittee reports, in the interest of time, could we,
Include them in the minutes?
yeah,
Yeah.
does anyone object to that?
Nope.
Okay, so Jen, we know probably likely has typed up 1 and 2 already,
Yeah.
and then Dr. Duva or someone, can you provide 3?
I have it.
Okay, perfect. She have it typed.
Mhm.
So exciting for us. All right, so Kristen, everyone will forward those to you, and then if folks have, can you also just specifically email them to the school committee? We can't respond, obviously, but just, in addition to adding them to the minutes, just send them out to everyone so they can review. Okay, moving on to unfinished business. Can I get a motion for,
Make a motion to approve A.
do you have a second?
Second.
Any questions regarding this? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, someone make sure that gets to the town, please. Moving on to B.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Does this lease proposal include the office space across the hall that had been added
not listening
and
to you,
then
hold on.
unadded?
Sorry, I just have a question.
Does this lease that's in front of us include the office space across the hall?
Is it just this side, or is it this side and that
It's
side?
this side and the space down the hall, yes.
So we've added that space on, like, that was like an addition to the space, and is that space still needed?
So it is, because Trish lived here. We moved Trish.
Oh,
over.
yeah.
Okay. Does she have to live here?
Yes, because we don't have enough space over at the D building.
But does it have to be here?
Well, we looked around the district, and there really wasn't anywhere else to place her. So it's not a big cost when you break down what that is compared to the whole thing. It's I mean, there's a cost, but it's not.
Okay.
Do we look if we got more than a year, if they would give us
No, 'cause we
keep
have-
the same price? No? Okay.
Any further questions
Pay
on
more
this
of
one?
it.
No.
Okay, all those in favor?
We're not in
Oh,
a motion to approve.
I know, I just realized that. I realized it. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve? I will be a no on, I just fundamentally disagree with renewing this lease again and again and again. I'm totally fine if 3
I'll
members of the
make a
committee want to
motion
do it, but I will not
approve
be.
NKSD administration office lease.
To the second?
You don't approve it.
So where are we putting everyone?
So I go back to what Sherry said, which is I feel like we know we're not going anywhere. Can we try to get like a longer
we were
lease? Like,
told to just.
No, I
get a
know,
longer
I
lease.
know,
So
but
we're like running out of
I know.
time here. With
No, I know. It was me just because I feel like we were gonna have to, we're not moving next year. Like, there's no way we would find a building to move into. I feel like
So
we don't have places in the schools to even fit sometimes all the teachers and children.
And we don't. I mean, we've looked at it. We don't have places in the schools for us to go to.
So basically, if we don't approve this tonight, we don't have a
We'll be
lease.
moving out of here with nowhere to go.
No, the lease
We'll
is
be
I'll
up
meet
working-
you at Starbucks.
We will be working out of our cars.
No, the lease is up until in September, so you're not moving out of your car yet.
But I will tell you, I mean, from now until September, with everything else we're doing, there is no way we're going to find schools to go. Like,
Sorry, I interrupted your motion.
Well, no,
I'll
no,
second the motion.
I'll
and a
second the
Okay.
motion.
Second.
Alright, so we have a motion and a second to approve. Further discussion?
Nope.
Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed?
No.
Alright, motion carries. Moving on to the next one.
I did not see that the comps.
Can I get a
I'll
motion?
make a motion to discuss.
Second.
I did not see that the comps had been added, like we had talked about at the last meeting.
Oh, it was in the, well, yeah, you should have just added it to this.
Christian, did you?
We had asked at the last meeting that
There were comps for that.
The comps.
just remember they weren't attached at the last meeting?
But
And
they
then
were.
we asked
They
that-
were on there from a previous meeting.
And we'd asked that they be added to,
I feel like they were, I
didn't
don't know,
see
I
Rachel.
found them somewhere.
What do you
Are there comps? Do we have comps?
What do you mean by comps?
Well, we,
It feels
we
like a
just,
no.
we just have what we presented a few meetings ago from what the rental prices were from South County.
Yeah, I
And that was,
supported
that was discussed and presented at a previous
But
meeting.
it was not included in the backup at the last meeting, and so we asked that it be included in the agenda packet for tonight when we voted, and it's not there. Because it wasn't included in the last meeting. It had been posted and then it was taken down.
No, it was there, because I had it. I went.
Right, it was discussed.
Yeah, I had it
was
in the one I
discussed at
saved.
a meeting a few meetings ago, and it was posted to that agenda.
That's how I got the 9:30 number.
Right.
Yeah, because I actually used
I
it to
think
look
that was
at the
the one
minutes, our
in-
release here.
I would not, it's 11.
Yeah, I think
I-
that like one person could see it, but it
Yeah, I
wasn't
think that
a
was the one
public
that we had
thing. Yes.
it was messy, so let's just go, if possible, Kristen, we could just upload that to this agenda, so then it's just there and publicly available.
And you
And
had
that'll
it,
close
it
the
was
good-
reset today, so.
I guess my point is it was supposed to be attached to
Yeah,
this
yeah,
agenda
it's-
for that reason,
yeah.
but I will make a motion to approve because it is 10:57.
Second.
Okay, any other questions regarding this? Alright, so Kristen, if you don't mind just attaching that so that it's there in life, that'd be great. And then, hearing no other discussion, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm gonna need a motion to extend for 30 minutes.
I will make a motion to extend to 11:30.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No. Okay, 4-1. Are we on Block Island? Where are we?
No, Ronnie, budget 26-27.
Ken, do you wanna do that this evening, or do you wanna?
So, under budget 26-27, we have the request to add 2 positions to the budget for the Positive Pathways programs for DMS. Originally, we were looking at moving staff from Davisville Academy to DMS. Rachel wrote a memo, and she's here. She could also provide an explanation. But due to the number of students and staffing, students that need to be at DA for next year, new students that come in, we need staffing for those students. In addition, we need staffing for the students that would be moving on to the program at DMS. So the request is to add an additional teacher assistant and teacher. After speaking with Leslie, the recommendation would be the additional state aid that we're receiving, $50,000 to be put towards the teacher assistant, and then for the special ed teacher, that would come out of retirement breakages that we have in salaries for this year. Rachel, please.
Just to clarify,
You just
the
go up
BMA
to like-
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Rachel.
I got steps sitting there, sorry. Getting old. Just wanted to make a quick, because this starts to get confusing. It would be a BMA, not a
Yes,
TA.
sorry,
Just-
BMA, not a TA.
just to be
for
clear.
the Positive
It says it
Pathways
in the
program.
memo.
Okay.
But it says one position in the memo. Are you asking for 2?
One teacher, one BMA.
What page is it? I can't find it right now.
It's on 459.
Yeah, it's a special education and then a behavioral management assistant.
I thought I put both in, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
an addition of a
You're making
special
me-
education.
Well, it doesn't
Well-
say teacher, it just says special education
No, it
and
doesn't say
behavior
Rachel.
management assistant,
It doesn't?
BMA.
Am I,
It-
sorry. I was writing probably 5 memos that
If you
day.
had the word teacher, like special education teacher,
Yeah,
and behavioral management
It also
assistant, it
doesn't
would.
have a cost or a funding source. Like what you just read is not in there.
Correct, because I didn't know where it would be coming from. I thought it was coming from state aid, so potentially.
And so basically, too, you don't really know till we're closer to the end of the school year how many kids are actually.
No, I know now.
Now, I meant when we did the budget.
No, and
Like, you wouldn't really know.
The problem with special ed is it swings. We have to do the
Right.
budget in November and December,
You have
and
no
things
idea.
have significantly changed
Wait,
for
so
the
it
makeup
sounds-
of DA.
It sounds like
Which I
we're
get.
not being asked for any additional money for 2027, right? Like, we're not being asked for more money for what you're going to figure it
It's
out.
how we're using the funds.
So in theory, that is the administration's authority to move money around. They only would need to come, they can inform us that they're doing it, but they only
Yes,
need
we
to
don't
come
have to
to us
vote
if they
on
need
this.
extra money. So we are
Is it
fine.
just FYI.
I just have a
Right.
little bit of a concern. So you're saying the 50,000 would be from that 148 extra
The addition-
thousand?
Yes.
And
The
are we
addition-
certain that the town,
The town is not, the town is leaving the budget it is,
nothing's going to change?
They can't take it back.
It's, I don't
No,
think-
but they could
No, they
change
can't.
their.
the town manager is not changing anything.
Even if it's, I think the law
I think
says
once
you
they-
can't.
But they-
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And then, in general, I just want to point out that when we first were told about moving to DA or about the preschool moving, it was because there were going to be classrooms opening up at some point. Some of the students from DA were going to go to the middle school, and as recently as a few months ago, that was the plan. And so I've asked for this in the past, and I'm hoping in the future, like, we can get just a long-term master strategic plan in writing. I know you had said to me a couple months ago, like, oh, I know in my head, like, we've talked about it, but then this is now the second time that the second year that this is changing. So I guess because the whole reason that we voted for the preschool was for preschool expansion, and now, like, no other classrooms are opening up, and the middle school students currently this year aren't going to leave, going to go to DMS or elsewhere. So.
Well, it's just some of them, right? Just not.
Well, yeah, what I would
Some
say
are going
about
and
that
some aren't.
is DA is all the way in that right-hand wing. So we wouldn't be opening up a preschool classroom with there's any kids over in DA.
So
But
the way
there is
the way I
another
understood
classroom.
The way I understood it last year from the administration was that the long-term plan was to expand our preschool program.
Yeah, and
right?
there is another space in the preschool area where you could increase preschool. But this came up during budget season, and my recommendation was if we could please take care of the kids we have right now before we expanded, and that I would look at that for next year. I'm not saying we don't need it; it'd be great, but there were so many different needs that were showing up. I was concerned, and I think I even said I'm concerned about whether or not I'm going to be able to move the DA kids, because by January I was starting to get the picture that we had kids that weren't ready to move, or we had new kids coming in. We also had an out-of-district kid come in, and we also had a student move in, all who were either in similar placements or that we would have had to pay for an out-of-district placement. So it made sense to have them go there. And with the new kids, almost all of them are in up-and-coming 8th grade. So over time, this is not going to be an issue, except for as far as middle school being at DA. But there's ultimately going to be an issue around numbers, because that is also the population has increased over there. I know my desire is to not have like a completely separate facility like DA. However, I think for our high school kids, the whole size of the high school itself is part of the problem. So even if I embedded the program within the high school, it would still not meet the needs of all the kids that we're having.
I don't disagree.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, those were my questions last year when we were talking about expanding the preschool, and that was my hesitation because we didn't have like an actual strategic plan like in writing for the next 5 or 10 years. And I know things are fluid and fluctuate and change even as of a few months ago. But again, the conversation was, no, we're moving the middle schoolers. The middle schoolers will be moving from DA to DMS.
Yeah, that was the plan until things change. I don't have control. I don't have control of that. I have to make the right decisions for kids at the time, and that's what we do. I will say there's still space. Now, at the same time, what was up in the air, which this might be part of the plan, was talking about moving central office, right? So if that happens, that frees up an additional 2 classrooms. If you move Office of Family Learning, that's a 3rd classroom. So there are opportunities here over time to expand depending on where central office is and depending on that wing, and still have DA's wing, right? You still have that whole entire L, the whole middle part and the left-hand wing. So there's opportunities for that.
Yep. I just want to make sure we kind of stay on the
Yeah.
agenda. Very important conversations. We do need to talk
We can
about
talk
long-term
about some
planning
more.
for that. But for the agenda item, any other questions regarding the position, which we technically don't need to vote on?
No.
All right. Can we just get an updated? So is this a 1-year only position, Ken?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm just
being
thinking
honest,
because
It would be my
there could be.
recommendation.
What was that?
That wouldn't be my recommendation for
because-
1 year.
Because
It
not
would
like the
be-
kids are leaving.
Right,
No,
the kids
we
aren't
still have the
leaving,
kids.
but there could be changes.
so
Like
you're gonna
there could be
permanently
DA or
be
someone else in
adding.
special education
You're gonna permanently
so-
be adding an FTE and a TA
Yes.
to your budget. All right. Can we just get an updated list of the FTE? Like how many? And then, again, if you can move money around within your amount that you have, and as long as you don't need school committee.
Right.
Like,
Additional money.
yeah, but we do appreciate being more, of course. All right, anything else on this one?
No.
Okay, what's next?
So next is the update on the state aid that we
Oh, I
received
see
in
it, yep.
Bill
Thank you.
148. There is no changes that will be coming from the town side regarding our budget, so our budget, will stay the same with the addition of the 148 that we're going to receive.
Yeah, and then, if we could just get an updated 26-27 budget with that included, and then pending the NEA and K approval, once those two things come in, that would be appreciated. Okay, policies?
Make a motion to discuss the JII student parent appeals policy.
Second.
This is the second read of a revision to an existing policy that's been updated to further define the process for students and parents, guardians to follow when they're seeking resolutions to differences. At this time, I am recommending approval.
Any questions on this one? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 2.
Make a motion to discuss JLCE, emergency first aid medications.
Second.
This is the second read on this annual update for this policy submitted by the NKSD school nurse coordinator. Based on discussions at our last meeting, a sentence has been added noting that this policy applies during school hours in school buildings. At this time, I'm recommending approval.
Okay. Any discussion on this one?
No.
Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor?
Motion to approve them.
Motion to approve. People. Jen, you gotta see.
All right, no worries. Can I have a motion to approve, please?
We should make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay, thank you for making that edit. I think that was a good addition. Thank you, Sherry, for the recommendation. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve policy DJC, purchasing procedures and competitive bidding.
Second.
This is the second read of a revision to an existing policy that's being modified to add a section to address change orders related to bond-related capital improvement projects. At this time, I am recommending approval.
Questions regarding this one? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then number 4.
Make a motion to discuss policy IKA grading.
Second.
Okay, this is the second read of a revision to an existing policy that's being modified to combine our high school and middle grading policies. The draft in front of you today has been updated by Rob Mezzanotte to include feedback from the school committee at the first read, as well as feedback received from union leadership. I'd like to thank everyone for all their input, questions, and dialogue on this policy as we work to make it something that provides teacher autonomy while still ensuring consistent experiences for students across the district. In my opinion, this policy is much better than the one currently in place in those regards, and I'd like to see it move forward, but there's still 2 pieces I'd like to potentially refine a bit further before making a motion to approve. Under 4.3, course grade work completion D, it says at the high school level, students may have the opportunity to make up late or unsatisfactory work at the discretion of the teacher. Discretion of the teacher is where inequitable experiences can arise. So is there a way to align this language to be like pursuant to criteria and expectations set by the teacher? And under 10, makeup assignments, are the timelines consistent between the middle school and the high school within this policy itself? It's not clear, at least to me, maybe it is to other people, I'm not sure. And then the question was raised whether all courses have to establish and offer a retake revision protocol for summative assessments, or whether individual courses can choose not to provide these opportunities, and how are the same subjects defined at the high school level, meaning are AP history and CP history the same? The answer was that the same subject or courses at the same level and subject area, and I think we should probably clearly define that as such. I think that answers the second question clearly, and I think that the intent is for offering retakes. If the history department decides that U.S. History CP is going to provide the opportunity that all U.S. History CP classes must, but that U.S. History AP doesn't have to. But I don't know if we need to be more clear about that. Rob?
Okay. First point. What was your first point again? There's a lot there.
The 4.3 course
Yeah,
grade.
discretion of the teacher. We can change D to pursuant to criteria and expectations set by the teacher. We can change that.
Okay.
Okay. Second point had to do with the
Timelines under makeup assignments.
yeah. So there's going to so it says at the high school, students who have excused absences have 5 school days for the first day of their return to make up assessments. We middle school we said 7 days, so we have more days at the middle school than the high school for make up assessments. The middle school says teachers and staff will work with students and families to ensure students may obtain work that is missed and set reasonable timelines 7 school days for the completion of any missed assessments.
That made sense that it would be more days in the middle school, but if you read the high school one, I gotta find it because what page is it on in the policy?
It's on page 5, packet 499. Because you're talking where it says, I know what you mean. If you're saying the 7 days, how do you know that's middle school?
No. It's 499. I can't.
No, it's
No, it's not
beyond.
that. Sorry, is it?
It's like
I'm on
5.
517. That's what so
Yeah,
517 on
yeah.
mine.
Oh, sorry.
Make it work.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
So-
I printed it out before
Yeah,
we
no,
added
it's your-
pages.
So at the high school, it says students who have excused absences will have 5 school days from the first day of their return. So they've got 5 days. But then if they're absent for 2 or more consecutive days, they have 1 more additional day per absence. So it could be 5 and then it could be more. But at the middle school, it says that they only have 2 days per absence. So it didn't seem like it actually seemed like the way it's written that the middle school had less.
Would it be better to almost write it the same way and just change the
So
the
it says
school
if the
days?
student is
Do you know what I'm
absent for 2 or
saying?
more
Like if it looked the
consecutive
same
days,
for middle
students will
school and
have
high school, I don't think it'd be
additional-
confusing.
Says the student is absent for 2 or more consecutive days. Students have 1 additional day to make up per consecutive day absent.
But right off the bat, it says that high school students have 5 school days right off the bat. But for middle school, it's saying
5
2
school days
days.
for assessments. Okay, there's a difference between assessments and assignments. So assessments are tests or like
Projects, like
things given for a grade.
Yeah.
Assignments are like homework.
okay.
So do you think, but do you know what I'm saying? How like the high school, like maybe we should have the wording be the same and just change the days?
Yep. I mean, and maybe it's perfectly clear to everybody else, but for me, when I look at that, it's not.
We could always.
Well, because it says make up assessments, and yeah, it's something different.
Ideally, it would be
Yeah.
approved because
Yeah.
of the schools,
And,
but
and
we
if
could
everybody
approve
else
it.
thinks it's clear, then that's fine.
We could approve it,
Yeah.
and then if Mr. Maznati or someone felt like we wanted to look at it again, there's nothing
Yeah.
to say that we can't look at it again. Like, you know, we could approve it now, and then if it causes a problem, or even if it doesn't, we could always
Okay.
put it.
I guess this question: do you think it's confusing? And if you don't, then maybe the teachers won't answer.
I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Then maybe it's just.
Okay.
But if it is, we'll change it. Like, I think it's valid. I heard what you were saying when I was throwing the grab water, but I think if Mr. Maznati thinks he can explain it to the administrators
Then
correctly,
that's fine.
but we could always change it later.
And then do you think we need to add something about levels?
I don't.
You don't? Okay.
No.
Okay.
Again, it's by course.
Okay. Then if we can just make that one change regarding,
Yep. Under work completion.
work completion.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments from the committee?
I just had a quick question. Do you, on the passing grades, do you think it gets confusing that it changes from middle school to high school? Like, why do we not have it just be the same?
I don't
I'm
think-
asking, like, do you think when the kids get to high school, they're like, oh, well, it was, you know,
I don't.
64 was.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't.
And if you don't, it's fine. I was just curious, like.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clearly spelled out to kids, and
I didn't think it was clear. I just think you get it in your head when you're
we
in
have
middle
very
school a certain
we,
way, and
we,
then.
we looked into this last year. The number of kids who fail a course at the high school with a grade between 65 and 70, 65 and 69 technically,
Is low.
is exceedingly low.
Okay, sounds good.
Any other questions on this? All right, so hearing none, we'll take a motion with the amended language.
I'm making a motion to approve with the amended language.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I would just like to thank Rob, you in particular, for all the work you put into this over the past 2 years to get this here. It is definitely an improvement over the last policy, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the next one.
I will make a motion to approve CHCA approval of student handbooks.
Second.
This is the second read of a new policy that will require school handbooks to be approved by the school committee prior to their distribution to the school community to ensure that they're in alignment with district policies. At this time, I am recommending approval.
Okay, do we have a second? I don't know.
She made a motion to approve, I second.
Oh, great, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to approve in second. Questions regarding this one? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, and then moving on to F.
I would.
Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
I would like to make a motion to table because Leslie is not here.
Second.
Wait, hold on before.
And then we don't really have any information on it.
Yeah, there's nothing.
There's nothing.
It's okay.
What?
They want to table the
New Shore.
New Shore.
Yeah, there's no information on
That
it.
came from, I think, a school committee member for that one.
Well,
sorry.
I asked for information and there's no information and
Okay.
Leslie's not here to have a
So we'll skip
conversation
that one.
with it, so I think we need to table it.
Alright, so motion to table.
Second.
Second, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Great, moving on. Can I motion for G?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, that the funding request is to come from the fund balance money that we just allocated to curriculum in this most recent allocation recommendations from the Budget and Finance Committee?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I just want to confirm that's going to wipe out the entire allocation.
Yes,
Okay,
yes it will.
okay.
So it's not covered under special revenue funds, the GEMS net at all? Any grant funding or anything?
Well, again, if you, I kind of put that out in the memo, and in previous years, we've budgeted, and this has been the topic that we've discussed here, that the GEMS Act curriculum has been budgeted under Title II. It's been a practice we've wanted to change, and we will change. I kind of indicated that in the memo. It's really not best practice to budget, like, required curriculum in Title II. It's really not the purpose of it. So the request for this year is to do what it's asking, which is move it to the fund balance, and for future years, we're going to be
Working into the budget.
yes, thank you.
Got it. Oh, yeah, so that's, you said it was gonna
And
move
then
into
will that
operating
allow
budget
us-
eventually?
Well, that will
Correct.
allow us to utilize the Title II funds in a different way?
In the way it should be.
Okay. No comment. Great. Any questions regarding this?
No. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Wait, hold on a second. We're paying it this year? This is out of this budget?
Coming from,
FY
Fund
26.
balance fiscal year
Yep.
26.
Alright, to be applied for 27. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Alright,
The curriculum. will be
yep, I
27.
see it, I see it, yep. Alright, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we already did H.
Okay.
I want to table K because I want to have, be like a little proactive on this and have a conversation about it, so I don't mind tabling it to the next meeting.
Okay.
Didn't you say you were pulling this one anyways?
no, it's the van.
Oh, the van?
The van was,
Alright, so
Okay,
you want
I'll
this on a
second that,
future
Sherry.
agenda, Sherry?
Yeah, table for that because
Yeah.
I wanted to be proactive about it. It wasn't anything we would do
Yeah.
anytime soon. It was just, I feel like sometimes we're not prepared.
Yep.
All of our buses go.
Yeah, so we can put that on for a future agenda, most
Yeah,
certainly.
if you can put it in August, that'd be great.
Okay,
And I'll put it on the Google memo.
thanks. L?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Questions regarding this?
So I have questions and concerns about this. I appreciate that the information that you provided that is strictly based on free lunch and not reduced lunch. but I'm questioning because it would appear that across the district, all the other schools have gone up or maintained, and I'm wondering why Quid has dropped so dramatically. And I'm also concerned about making a change to this program effective in 15 days that like many families in the district have relied on for the past 4 years, with basically 15 days notice. And so I have some concerns about this.
Right? Yes, okay. Tony Brown. Hey, Bridget. We appreciate you being here.
Of course.
Bridget Hayes, Director of Operations. So, help me. The question specifically is.
Oh, I can translate. Jen doesn't think the math is mapping. The numbers, like, why did they drop so drastically and why did everyone else increase but Quid decreased, I think is the question.
So the numbers came directly from.
The Department of Human Services.
Yep.
That's where the numbers come from.
From who filled out the forms?
No.
No one fills out the forms. DHS sends us the numbers.
No, SNAP benefits are totally separate from school altogether. So families have to fill that out as part of the state requirement. So what happens is then it gets filtered. DHS then sends us the information. So if the numbers are concerning, it has to do with DHS, who collects and does that whole process, totally separate from the schools.
So it's based on how many people in the district, in different school districts, are receiving SNAP benefits. That's how they calculate it?
Yes.
And that is separate from our free and reduced lunch?
Totally separate, yeah.
Yes.
Don't question.
Yeah.
That feels like a state overdraft.
Yeah.
Okay, so assuming the numbers are right, we still have a concern. You
I
still have a concern
yeah.
about the
I mean,
shift for families and.
It's a big shift. This school has relied on this program for the past 4 years, and you're saying it's going to affect June 30th. I get school's over, but still, it's a 3-month notice basically for these families, and even.
But families could apply for free and reduced lunch.
They
correct?
can, yeah.
Do you think that's where the gap is? Like, do you think there's families that are on SNAP but then just don't apply for free and reduced lunch because it's two separate things, correct?
Yes.
So it could be that someone's getting SNAP and they just didn't.
Well, if I'm hearing you correctly, it's not based on the applications, it's based on the SNAP application.
That's what I'm saying. So they
Yeah.
must. So I'm saying the difference could be that there's people who getting SNAP, but they didn't want to apply for free and reduced lunch for whatever reason.
No, I don't think that's not accounting for it. Because they're calculating it based directly on.
No, I get that. I was saying that you were saying the number difference.
Oh, that for sure is the
A
number
student
difference.
can have reduced eligibility and get SNAP benefits, but that student is not counted in the community eligibility program.
Because it only counts
Free.
the free students,
The free students.
not the
So
reduced.
we could both have SNAP, but I could be a reduced student. I'm not getting counted. Bridget is getting counted. And that's why it looks like there's a discrepancy in the two numbers.
So last year when we reviewed this, we were still over the number, and so we've dropped in the past year, our eligibility has dropped very dramatically, like in terms of the number that we were, our percentage from last year to our percentage from this year. And again, I just and I know free and reduced or whatever, but we're seeing increased need in all of our other schools, and it just seems very strange to me that it would be going down, which is historically our lowest income school.
Right, the numbers come from DHS.
I know,
Could it be also that there's kids who are going to, like, maybe were originally at Quid but now going to a different school for like special education reasons, or some some shift that way?
How do they know that?
Does who?
How would DHS know where the students are actually going versus where they're districted to go?
DHS imports to the Department of Ed, and the Department of Ed knows, and then they push
know
the
it's
information to us.
See, you think they don't know this?
That's wild.
So that makes sense.
That's a journey. Okay, so do you have any thoughts on the student impact piece and how this might negatively affect students?
I mean, we would have to certainly communicate to them, but it's going to be, I think when we did the math, it was about 34,000, 30.
Yes, less in reimbursement. So what's going to happen, whereas right now we would get, we're getting $4.60 for a student, we would get 46 cents for that student. 53 cents? Okay,
I'm
well,
not-
that, if you add the ride,
Yes.
yes.
So it's really affecting our budget.
Yes.
Not really affecting, like the kids are still getting lunch and.
No, this is
Yeah.
saying that
This
they
will
won't.
affect- yeah.
They- Trish is saying if we kept the program, we would be going from $4.60 reimbursement
So
to
we are- we-
53.
It's
We'd have to
affecting,
budget.
it's affecting the families that have to pay for lunch, meaning they don't qualify for your reduce.
Okay.
And
That-
the
they will
families.
have to
Oh,
start
okay.
paying. Just like
And the
when they
families
leave.
who haven't filled out, like families who might not have filled it out.
Right, but
like-
that we can.
but they
we
need to
make
fill it
sure.
Got it,
Right.
okay.
It's just like when they leave Quid Nesset to go to middle school, they have to start paying again.
I got it, okay.
At the same time that we just
Thank
rolled out an
goodness.
increase on our food prices.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so I think there's also an equity piece here that's at play, because as we talked before about people at different schools receiving different reimbursement rates.
So
With
it's about, we have about 50 paid students eating daily at Quinnesset, or who would be considered paid students. So if that were the case, if we're going to stay CEP, then those 50 students are not paying for lunch. Whereas if I have the same income as you do, you're paying for lunch and we're not paying for lunch.
So
Hold on,
Ken,
back up for 1 second. So you're saying right now, in terms of our population, there's only 50 students who are,
Paid students,
and
but
right-
it adds up.
but, so effectively, of the 265 kids roughly,
Yeah, 212.
so only 50 of them do not meet the income qualifications. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's about 50-50 right now, as DHS reported. So we have 100 of each, 100 free and 100 paid.
So, okay, we used the 50, what's that number?
50 are the average of kids that are getting lunch every day.
So
Oh, because they're not all
50
getting
kids are
lunch.
not getting, 50
Some people
are
bring their
qualified.
lunch. Some people bring their lunch.
Okay, okay.
Ken, do you support this change?
I would support it because this is going to be an impact on our budget that we put in place for next year. And there's no other school in the district where families that are required to pay don't pay. Right, so it's impacting our families that are free and reduced. It's the families that would qualify as paying families, just like any other school that we have in the district.
So it's basically like Quinnesset's now gonna be no different than any of the other schools.
When are we gonna start rolling out communication?
Well, it goes through
Tomorrow.
tonight. We're gonna get it out this week, so families know.
But those same students, you're right, when they go to middle school and high school are paying, like it's not, like,
It just
I mean,
doesn't
there's
seem
a
like
shift.
this program's beneficial towards.
Well, it used to be, and
Used
now
to
it's
be,
not.
right.
So when we were getting $4.60 a student, delightful, but 53 cents is not going to cover the cost of what those students are getting, unfortunately, and that is sad.
And the
But
goal is
now
to
it
be
makes it all- I know what you're
financially.
saying. It makes it equitable for all the schools.
I am well aware. Okay, it is 11:30, so we need to adjourn or we need to extend.
I think we just need 15 more minutes. I'll make a motion to 11:45.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Megan? Okay. So we're going to 11:45 with the hopes of finishing important stuff. Okay.
Alrighty.
All right. Are we in a motion to approve
We have a
this?
motion to discuss.
I know. I was trying to move us to a motion to do something.
Oh, motion to approve.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We need to go back to the consent agenda, and we need a motion to rescind our vote on,
It's the van.
yeah, I know.
So sorry, when Jen just
D10.
mentioned the RFP, so the van that's on there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Bye, Trish.
So we
Bye,
can't
Bridget.
purchase the van because they're not gonna have it done in time to meet our timeline of paying it within this school year. So we thought we could. they're not gonna-
Shouldn't have stuck it in the
The
consent.
RFP, right?
What? It's the RFP for doing, it's the RFP to get the van, but.
Ken's saying we're not gonna buy
We're
the
not gonna
van.
be able to buy it.
We
Because
won't
they're
have
not,
time.
the manufacturer's not
The
gonna have it
16th.
done in time for us to have it, to do it before the end of the school year.
You can
So
get
even if
like,
we approve
So
the
we thought we were
RFP.
gonna have it.
Oh, you have to do it because we approved it. Got it.
No,
You have to.
to do it.
You don't have to create an RFP if we said you have to?
We don't have to, but I just wanna be
just rescind
transparent.
it, just
here
make a
that
vote to
that
rescind
was-
it.
And
Yeah, he's in.
I will
Yeah,
make a
motion to
motion
rescind.
to, even though we did it as part of the consent agenda, rescind item
10.
D10.
Second.
all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No ban.
All right.
No RFP for that.
No RFP for ban, but definitely no ban.
You continue
We're gonna
looking
go
at
no matter what. It is, here we are. Okay,
Yeah. Consolidated research.
yeah,
I will make a motion to discuss M.
Second.
Dr. Duba? Anything on this one? You have a memo? Anything you want to point out? Anything?
I mean, I'll speak to mine if you
Which one are we?
we're on consolidated research plan. So I
Yes.
gave a summary of our title grant allotment for this year, upcoming for FY '27. And, happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Are you in here saying that you are going to be asking for the vision of a learner consultant for another year? The consultant, not the rollout.
Not the program.
Yes, but for less than we've been asking for. So you notice there that says vision or teacher leads / consult. So the teacher leads is a beginning of the effort to bring more teacher leadership of the vision of the learner. So we're looking to bring in building-based coordinators to kind of lead the efforts at each of our buildings. And we would like to set aside money for stipends for that. And then the consult, we'd like to keep our relationship with our consult, albeit like a little bit reduced than we had before. But it's provided us with a lot of good guidance and support as we've moved this process forward.
Yeah, I just, my concern with that is that when I asked the same thing last year, which I thought the consultant was only supposed to be 1 year, and then it got extended to 3 years. And last year, when I had the same question, it was said that there wasn't going to be a consultant after last year. And also, I believe you have used that. You guys have, I think both of you and Dr. Duva have used this vision of a learner consultant in other places. So I just am wondering. I just feel like by now, don't you have enough from the consultant and the program itself to be able to roll it out without the need for a consultant? Because I mean, $30,000, to fly somebody in from California, it just, for the 4th year in a row, I just feel like our money could probably be used better elsewhere, especially because I'm wondering, I mean, to me, going into year 4, I just wonder how come it's not ready to roll.
Well, it's a multi-year rollout. I mean, a vision. It's a big initiative. It isn't something that you're gonna like just. I mean, if you want to do it in a way that isn't meaningful or impactful, you can do it in a year and just slap a name on something and say, "Hey, we're doing this." We're trying to make this deeply embedded in our district.
I don't disagree. I guess it's just originally it was 1 year. Last year I was told it was done.
So it was year to year. It was year to year. It was always a 1 year at a time proposition. And if that was misunderstood, then I apologize for that. But the reality is it's always been a year-to-year proposition for that purpose, because we want to reassess it every year. I feel, and I understand there's disagreement here. I feel like we're close with the consultant. I feel like she's been extremely valuable in this process. I really do. She has an expertise in working with these types of initiatives at different schools, different districts. We've intentionally tried to make Vision of the Learner a deeply embedded initiative that is not just a high school initiative. In many other districts, including ones I've worked in, it's been a high school initiative. That's not what we're doing, and I think what we're doing is much better, because we're building a continuum that exists. We're trying to build it from sequentially, from the elementary schools through the middle school to the high school, on essential competencies that are really transcendent of like typical subjects that kids take. They're skills that they're taking with them well past the academic experience. And I understand that it does take time for that to really take root, but again, I feel strongly about it only because this is being grown from our people, which is the way it's successful. It's not successful just by being something that comes from me. It has to be something that's absorbed by
So
our
Rob definitely likes the consultant.
Yeah.
If you want to vote no, no worries.
What
It's
is
not
the
all-
savings on that?
It's not all
this year?
$30,000 though, right?
So the total would be that the savings with the consultant is it's going to be half of what we've been paying.
No, but like even if you took the consultant out, there's still money there because of the teacher.
That's
fees.
correct.
So it's like not all $30,000 is going to the
Correct.
consultant. What's the split-ish?
15-50.
Okay, so it's 15. So
Oh, all right, because the teachers are getting half the
the
stipend.
teacher leads is
Right.
15, and
Okay.
then the consultant's 15.
If
which
I wasn't
is
clear
much
enough on
few-
that,
much
my-
less
my-
than what the consultant's
Yeah.
gotten in the past, from my very tired recollection.
It is. It's half of it.
I hear what you're saying, though, Megan, but I also
Yeah,
if
it's
Rob
just- I
says
just-
he needs
And
it.
did you put it together because the consultant's going to help with the teacher
Correct,
leads and
like
get them like to
Yeah. Yes.
lack of a better word.
Anything else
lead?
on this one?
No, it's fine.
I just had one question. There's a child outreach coordinator in the CRP budget, and I'm just wondering how that's different from the child outreach coordinator that is.
So we have an early childhood coordinator, which is very different than a child outreach coordinator. So the early childhood coordinator is Jackie,
Yep.
and then Donna is our child outreach coordinator who does all the screenings and
And the
testing. So it's two
additional
different-
money that we gave. Okay, I got you. I'm
It
with
does
you.
not.
I'm with you. I got you.
Yep.
Okay, I connected the dots. Okay.
Anything else on this one?
No.
And just to clarify, this this document is a visual representation. There was a reference to the CRP, and like I think a couple of citizens have mentioned it, like a shortage that had been mentioned
Yeah.
in passing. But this document is reflective of what we will have and how it is allocated.
This is
correct?
reflective of the priorities that we've set.
Yep. So we are not.
Oh, we're not. We already approved it. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like we're not like I think Rachel said we were like the amount had changed, but this is how we're allocating what we have. So it's
Correct.
not like we overspent anything. It's not like we did anything wrong. It's just this is what we've got and this is how we're spending it, and that's less than what we had gotten previously. Correct.
Actually, this is for next year.
Yeah.
And if you compare what we got this year to last year, it's not less, really. It's only like $557 different.
I can speak.
Maybe in a future follow-up email,
Got
just
it.
clarify that. I just want to make sure that we're clear
I
on that
think
number.
what Rachel was referring to
Yeah.
was for this year
Uh-huh.
and not for next year.
Yeah.
If you compare year to year in terms of the allocations, it's
Yeah.
So
And I don't want to speak for Rachel.
No, yeah.
so-
Let's just get a maybe follow.
Yeah.
Can you write that down? Just a follow up on that number. I just wanted to clarify that. All right. Anything else on this one? Okay. Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Motion to approve. I don't, unless I missed.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the consolidated resource plan.
Thank you, Sherry.
I'll second.
And okay, so we have a motion second.
And we all lied. Yeah.
Oh, great. Aye. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'll make a motion to discuss N.
Second.
So I just wanted to put out there that with the truancy officer retiring, I was wondering, like, is there a way to kind of?
So my attachments aren't there. I worked on this.
Oh.
There's a whole memo that goes along with it, what we're doing, and a new job description.
Oh, super.
I'm not sure what.
Okay, email to.
Oh, you're saying like that's so funny because when there was no
So-
backup, I'm like, oh, maybe this is the new name for the truancy officer, which actually sounds so,
So
much
I
better
want-
than someone calling and being like,
Yeah, so
can I come? I'm the
Well, they're not
truancy
gonna table it.
officer.
I don't know.
Like, who made that up?
Is
All right. So we'll
Super.
take, that's
Okay,
great because we don't have
I
any.
have,
anyways.
yeah, because I met
Well,
with
I'm
Leslie,
really
we
glad to
talked
hear
about
this.
it.
That's what I was hoping.
So,
Great. No worries.
Okay.
We don't have to.
Nobody knew
yeah.
Here we are.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
Correspondence.
June 2nd, Amy Oakley, concerns regarding proposed third grade classroom consolidation at Sterling Lane. June 2nd, Laura Bateman, appreciation and a thought on governance. June 3rd, Ryan LaFond, NKSD grading policy. June 3rd, Tara Urban, empty promises from Aaron Earl and no accountability. June 4th, Matt McCoy, Assembly approves bill limiting fees on school meals. June 5th, Robert Jones, June 2nd, school committee meeting. June 7th, Tara Urban, empty promises from Aaron Earl and no accountability. June 8th, Tara Urban, Aaron, will the PTO readout be on the last June 16th school committee meeting? June 8th, Matt McCoy, RIGEL, Senate floor votes on Senate Resolution number 3225 sub A and House Resolution number 7532 sub B. June 8th, Matt McCoy, Rhode Island slips to 26 for child well-being and National Kids Count report. June 9th, Matt McCoy, General Assembly approves 2027 state budget bill. June 11th, Holly Quinn, School Committee Lima's racist comments. June 11th, Shayna, Webb Dre, third grade class size and instructional concerns. June 11th, Sue Alexander, social media post. June 11th, Tiffany M, Jennifer Lima, further divides NK. June 11th, Christopher Natro, concerns on last school committee meeting. June 11th, unknown sender, Jen Lima. June 11th, Brendan Little, school board concerns. 6/11, Stephen Rock, no header in the title. June 11th, request for resignation of Jennifer Lima from no sender. 6/11, Robert Jones, June 16 meeting. June 11th, Judy Branson, get rid of her, she should not have anything to do with children. 6/11, Michelle Montanavo, Jennifer Lima. June 11th, formal concern regarding Jennifer Lima's fitness to serve on the North Kingstown School Committee. Request for review and removal from duties involving children. June 12th, Deborah Core, time for her to resign or be removed. June 12th, unknown sender, you are racist. June 12th, Crystal Simus, concerns regarding school committee conduct, priorities, and public trust. June 12th, Kara Martone, school committee agenda, June 16th, 2026. 6/12, Holly Quinn, backup material for agenda. 6/12, Lorraine Perry, Lima. 6/12, Robert Jones, OMA complaint filing. 6/12, Beth Schimpf, disgusting behavior. June 12th, Pam Panero, looking for clarification on retake revision section in the grading policy. June 13th, Andrew O'Kane, Jennifer Lima needs to resign. June 13th, Lee Demanovich, PR, financial, and legal consequences related to Jen Lima's actions. 6/14th, Pam Panero, clarification on updated grading policy for summative assessment retake revision. 6/14, Tara Urban, second request, conduct policy needed for school committee advisory board members, school administration, and town council. 6/15, Laura Roy, redistricting and start time. 6/15, Kara Martone. 6/16, agenda items, 2026 budget to actual financial statements, handbook approval policy, student attendance positions. 6/16, Pam Panero, thoughts on recent governance decisions on bias training and the grading policy update. 6/16, Brian Odell, Lima cruelty and disgrace, demand immediate resignation. 6/16, Emma Fritz, Jennifer Lima. 6/16, Michael Raposa, public comment letter for June 16th, 2026. 6/16, Erica Bridge, middle school athletics. 6/16, Bridget Sobey, Lima to be removed from position. 6/16, Renee Charlton, Jennifer Lima is ruining our district. 6/16, Cliff Burr, Jennifer Lima is an embarrassment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.